Chapter 62 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 62. Educational Extravagance. Our public educational system is made up of a grammar and a high school course, the latter consisting of a 4 years term of studies, devoted in part to a more thorough grounding in the essentials of education. The other part, by far the more considerable, according to the consensus of opinion, is expended on educational frills and vanities. These trimmings are given gratis, the public bearing the burden of expense, which foots up to a very respectable total. For a certain class of people, the people of means, this sort of a thing has not many disadvantages. It is in a line with the future occupation or profession of their offspring. But for the bulk of the children who attend our free schools, and on whose parents educational taxes are levied, it has serious inconveniences, is not in line with their future occupation or profession, is not only superfluous, but detrimental. It is for them so much time lost, precious time that were better spent learning a trade, or otherwise fitting themselves for their life work. Herein, therefore, we discover a double extravagance, that of parents who provide unwisely for their children's future, and that of the municipality which offers as popular an education that is anything but popular, since only the few can enjoy it, while all must bear the burden alike. There is much in getting a start in life, in beginning early. A delay is often a handicap hard to overcome. With very few exceptions, our children gain their livelihood with their hands and eyes and ears, and not solely with their brains. They therefore require the most practical education imaginable. They need intellectual tools to work with, and not a smattering of science, botany, drawing, and political philosophy to forget as soon as possible. Pure culture studies are not a practical gain for them, while the time consumed in pursuing these is so much taken away from a thorough training in the essentials. Lectures on science, elementary experiments in chemistry, kindergarten instructions in watercolor painting. These are as much in their place in the education of the average child as an ivory-handled gold pen in the hand that wields the pickaxe. A boy is better off learning a trade than cramming his head full of culture fads. He is then doing something useful and profitable on which the happiness and success of his life will depend. By the time his companions have done dabbling in science, and have come to the conclusion that they are simply being shown how ignorant they are, not a very consoling conclusion after all, he will have already laid the foundation of his career and be earning enough to settle down in life. He may not be able to talk on an infinity of subjects about which he knows nothing at all, but he will be able to earn his own living, which is something worthwhile. If the free high school were more of a business school, people would get better returns for their money. True, some would then be obliged to pay for the expensive fads that would be done away with. But since they alone enjoy these things, why should others be made to pay for them who cannot enjoy them? Why should the poor be taxed to educate the rich? Why not give the poor full value for their share of the burden? Why not provide them with intellectual tools that suit their condition, just as the rich are being provided for in the present system? The parochial high school has, in several places we know of, been made to serve as a protest against such evils, and as an example that has already been followed in more than one instance by the public schools. Intelligent and energetic pastors, knowing full well the conditions and needs of their people, offer the children a course in business methods as being more suitable, more profitable, and less extravagant than 4 years spent in acquiring a smattering of what they will never possess thoroughly and never need in their callings in life. It is better to fill young minds with the useful than with the agreeable, when it is impossible to furnish both. Results already bespeak the wisdom of this plan and reflect no small honor on its originators. Parents therefore should see to it that their children get the kind of education they need, the kind that will serve them best in after life. They should not allow the precious time of youth to be whiled away in trifles and vanities. Children have a right to be educated in a manner in keeping with their conditions in life, and it is criminal in parents to neglect the real needs of their children while trying to fit them for positions they will never occupy. In the meantime, let them protest against the extravagance of educational enthusiasts and excessive state paternalism. Let them ask that the burden of culture studies be put where it belongs, that is, on the shoulders of those who are the sole beneficiaries, and that free popular education be made popular, that is, for all, and not for an elite of society. The public school system was called into existence to do one work, namely, to educate the masses. It was never intended to furnish a college education for the benefit of the rich men's sons at the expense of the poor. As it stands today, it is an unadulterated extravagance. End of Chapter 62. Recording by Brian Keenan. Chapter 63 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 63. Godless Education. The other defect, respecting education as found in the public schools of the land, is that it leaves the soul out of all consideration and relegates the idea of God to a background of silent contempt. On this subject, we can do no better than quote wisdom from the Fathers of the Third Plenary Council of Baltimore. Few, if any, will deny that a sound civilization must depend upon sound popular education. But education, in order to be sound and to produce beneficial results, must develop what is best in man, and make him not only clever, but good. A one-sided education will develop a one-sided life, and such a life will surely topple over, and so will every social system that is built up of such lives. True civilization requires that not only the physical and intellectual, but also the moral and religious well-being of the people should be improved, and at least with equal care. It cannot be desirable or advantageous that religion should be excluded from the school. On the contrary, it ought to be there one of the chief agencies for molding the young life to all that is true and virtuous and holy. To shut religion out of the school, and keep it for home and the church, is, logically, to train up a generation that will consider religion good for home and the church, but not for the practical business of real life. A life is not dwarfed, but ennobled, by being lived in the presence of God. The avowed enemies of Christianity in some European countries are banishing religion from the schools. They have done it since, in order to eliminate it gradually from among the people. In this they are logical. Take away religion from the school, and you take it away from the people. Take it away from the people, and morality will soon follow. Morality gone, even their physical condition will ere long degenerate into corruption which breeds decrepitude, while their intellectual attainments would only serve as a light to guide them to deeper depths of vice and ruin. A civilization without religion would be a civilization of the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest, in which cunning and strength would become the substitutes for principle, virtue, conscience, and duty. One of the things the Catholic Church fears least in this country is Protestantism. She considers it harmless, moribund, in the throes of disintegration. It never has, cannot, and never will thrive long where it has to depend on something other than wealth and political power. It has unchurched millions, is still unchurching at a tremendous rate, and will end by unchurching itself. The godless school has done its work for Protestantism, and done it well. Its dearest enemy could not wish for better results. Popular education comes more and more to mean popularized irreligion. The future struggles of the Church will be with agnosticism and infidelity, the product of the godless public school. And without pretending to be prophets or sons of prophets, we Catholics can foresee the day when godless education, after making bad Christians, will make bad citizens. and because no civilization worthy of the name has ever subsisted, or can subsist, without religion, the maintenance of this system of popular and free government will devolve on the product of Christian education, and its perpetuity will depend upon the generations turned out of the religious school. The most substantial protest the Catholic Church offers against godless education is the system of her parochial schools, and this alone is sufficient to give an idea of the importance of this question. From headquarters comes the order to erect Catholic schools in every parish in this land, as soon as the thing can be done. This means a tremendous amount of work, and a tremendous expense. It means a competition on educational grounds with the greatest, richest, and most powerful nation in the world. The game must be worth the candle. There must be some proportion between the end and the means. The Catholic Church has the wisdom of ages to learn from, and when she embarks on an enterprise of this kind, even her bitterest enemies can afford to take it for granted that there is something behind it. And there is. There is her very life, which depends on the fidelity of her children. And her children are lost to her and to God unless she fosters religion in her young. Let parents share this solicitude of the Church for the little ones, and beware of the dangers of the godless school. End of Chapter 63. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Chapter 64 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 64. Catholic Schools. The Catholic school system all over this land has been erected and stands dedicated to the principle that no child can be properly, thoroughly, and profitably, for itself, educated, whose soul is not fed with religion and morality, while its intelligence is being stocked with learning and knowledge. It is intended and made to avoid the two defects under which our public school system labors, the one accidental, the other fundamental, namely, extravagance and godlessness. The child is taught the things that are necessary for it to know. Catechism and religion take the place of fads and costly frills. The Catholic school does not lay claim to superiority over another on purely secular lines, although in many cases its superiority is a very patent fact. It repudiates and denies charges to the effect that it is inferior, although this may be found in some cases to be true. It contends that it is equal to, as good as, any other, and there is no evidence why this should not be so. But it does pretend to give a more thorough education in the true sense of the word, if education really means a bringing about of that which is best in our nature. Neither do we hold that such a training as our schools provide will assure the faith and salvation of the children confided to our care. Neither church, nor religion, nor prayer, nor grace, nor God himself will do this alone. The child's fidelity to God and its ultimate reward depends on that child's efforts and will, which nothing can supply. But what we do guarantee is that the child will be furnished with what is necessary to keep the faith and save its soul, that there will be no one to blame but itself if it fails, and that such security it will not find outside the Catholic school. It is for just such work that the school is equipped. That is the only reason for its existence, and we are not by any means prepared to confess that our system is a failure in that feature which is its essential one. That every Catholic child has an inherent right to such a training, it is not for one moment permitted to doubt. There is nothing outside the very bread that keeps its body and soul together to which it has a better right. Intellectual training is a very secondary matter when the immortal soul is concerned. And if the child has this right, there is a corresponding duty in the parent to provide it with such. And since that right is inalienable, that duty is of the gravest. Hence it follows that parents who neglect the opportunity they enjoy of providing their offspring with a sound religious and moral training in youth, and expose them unprepared to the attacks, covert and open, of modern indifferentism, while pursuing secular studies, display a woeful ignorance of their obligations and responsibilities. This natural right of the child to a religious education, and the authority of the Church, which speaks in no uncertain accents on the subject, go to make a general law that imposes a moral obligation upon parents to send their children to Catholic schools. Parents who fail in this simply do wrong, and in many cases cannot be excused from mortal offending. And it requires, according to the general opinion, a very serious reason to justify noncompliance with this law. Exaggeration, of course, never serves any purpose, but when we consider the personal rights of children to have their spiritual life well nurtured, and the general evils against which this system of education has been judged necessary to make the Church secure, it will be easily seen that there is little fear of overestimating the importance of the question and the gravity of the obligations under which parents are placed. Moreover, disregard for this general law on the part of parents involves contempt of authority, which contempt, by reason of its being public, cannot escape the malice of scandal. Even when the early religious education of the child is safeguarded by excellent home training and example, and no evil effects of purely secular education are to be feared, the fact of open resistance to the direction of church authority is an evil in itself, and may be the cause of leading others in the same path of revolt, others who have not like circumstances in their favor. About the only person I know who might be justified in not sending his children to Catholic schools is the crank, that creature of mulish propensities who balks and kicks and will not be persuaded to move by any method of reasoning so far discovered. He usually knows all that is to be learned on the school question, which is a lie, and having compared the parochial and the public school systems in an intelligent and disinterested manner, which is another, he finds that the Catholic school is not the place for his children. If his children are like himself, his conclusion is wisely formed, albeit drawn from false premises. In him, three things are on a par: his conceit, his ignorance, and his determination. From these three ingredients results a high quality of asininity, which in moral theology is called invincible ignorance, and is said to render one immune in matters of sin. May his tribe decrease. End of chapter 64. Recording by Nathan Kindja. Chapter 65 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 65. Some weak points in the Catholic school system. Some parents claim that their children do not learn anything in the Catholic school. It is good policy always to accept this statement as true in all its parts. It may be true, and it is never good to deny the truth. All are not equally endowed with brains in this world. If a child has it dinned into his ears that the school he attends is inferior, he will come to be convinced of the fact. And being convinced, he will set to work verifying it, in his case at least. Heredity may have something to do with it. Children are sometimes chips of the old block, a great misfortune in many cases, handicapping them in the race of life. It is well, therefore, not to claim too much for our schools. We concede the point. Another parent thinks that because he went through the public schools and kept the faith in his day, his children may be trusted to do the same. This objection has a serious front to it. It does seem strange that children should not walk in the footsteps of their worthy parents. But the fact is, and facts are stubborn things, the fact is that they do not always act thus. And they might tell you, to justify their unseemly conduct, that the conditions that obtained in life in olden days are not the same as at present. That there were no parochial schools then to offer a choice in matters of education, and that kind Providence might have taken this into consideration. That it was the custom in those days for children to imitate the rugged virtues of their parents, struggling against necessity on one hand, and bigotry on the other, but that through the powerful influence of money, the progeny of the persecuted may now hobnob with the progeny of the bigot, and the association is not always the best thing in the world for the faith and religious convictions of the former, unless these convictions are well grounded in youth. The parent, therefore, who kept the faith with less, had a very considerable advantage over his child, who apparently has more privileges, but also more temptations and dangers. The objection does not look so serious now. Of course, there is the question of social standing, a very important matter with some parents of the nouveau riche type. A fop will gauge a man's worth by the size of his purse or the style and cut of the coat he wears. There are parents who would not mind their children's sitting beside a little darky, but who do object most strenuously to their occupying the same bench with a dirty little Irish child. A calico dress or a coat frayed at the edges are certainly not badges of high social standing, but they are not incompatible with honesty, purity, industry, and respect for God, which things create a wholesome atmosphere to live in and make the world better in every sense of the word. There is no refinement in these little ones, to speak of, not even the refinement of vice. There is something in the air they breathe that kills the germ of vice. The discipline considers sin a worse evil than ignorance of social amenities, and virtue and goodness as far superior to etiquette and distinction of manners. If a different appreciation of things is entertained, we grant the inferiority of our schools. But then, it is so very un-American, you know, to maintain separate schools in opposition to an institution so intensely American as our public school system. This state of affairs fosters creed prejudices that it is the duty of every true American to help destroy. The age of religious differences is past, and the parochial school is a perpetual reminder of things of the past that were best forgotten. We deny that the system that stands for no religious or moral training is intensely American. This is a Christian land. If our denial cannot be sustained, we consider such a system radically wrong and detrimental to the best interests of the country, and we protest against it, just as some of us protest against imperialism, high tariff, and monometalism. It is wrong, bad, therefore un-American. We also claim that the Protestant propaganda that is being carried on under the guise of non-sectarian education is unspeakably unjust and outrageous. Protestantism is not a state institution in this country. A stranger might think so by the way public shekels are made to serve the purpose of proselytism, but to make the claim, in theory or in practice, is to go counter to the laws of this land and is un-American to a degree. That is another un-Americanism we protest against. We teach truth, not creed prejudices. We train our children to have and always maintain a strong prejudice for religious truth, and that kind of prejudice is the rock-bed of all that is good and holy and worth living for. We teach dogma. We do not believe in religion without dogma, any more than religion without truth. That kind of religion has not been invented, but it will come in when we have good men without convictions, parties without principles, and geometry without theories. If there is anything un-American in all this, it is because the term is misunderstood and misapplied. We are sorry if others find us at odds on religious grounds. The fact of our existence will always be a reminder of our differences with them in the past. But we are not willing to cease to exist on that account. End of chapter 65. Recording by Nathan Kindja. Chapter 66 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 66. Correction. Among the many things that are good for children and that parents are in duty bound to supply is the rod. This may sound old-fashioned, and it unfortunately is. There is a new school of home discipline in vogue nowadays. Slippers have outgrown their usefulness as implements of persuasion, being now employed exclusively as footgear. The lissom birch thrives ungarnered in the thicket, where grace and gentleness supply the whilom vigor of its sway. The unyielding barrel stave that formerly occupied a place of honor and convenience in the household is now relegated, a harmless thing, to a forgotten corner of the cellar, and no longer points a moral, but adorns a woodpile. Disciplinary applications of the old type have fallen into innocuous desuetude. The penny now tempts, the sugar candy soothes, and sugar-coated promises entice when the rod should quell and blister. Meanwhile, the refractory urchin, with no fear to stimulate his sluggish conscience, chuckles, rejoices, and is glad, and bethinks himself of some uninvented methods of devilment. Yes, it is old-fashioned in these days to smite with the rattan, as did the mighty of yore. The custom certainly lived a long time. The author of the proverb spoke of the practice to the parents of his generation, and there is no mistaking the meaning of his words. He spoke with authority, too. If we mistake not, it was the Holy Ghost that inspired his utterances. Here are a few of his old-fashioned sayings. Spare the rod and spoil the child. He who loves his child spares not the rod. Correction gives judgment to the child who ordinarily is incapable of reflection. If the child be not chastised, it will bring down shame and disgrace upon the head of its parent. It is our opinion that authority of this sort should redeem the defect of antiquity under which the teaching itself labors. There are some things ever ancient, ever new. This is one of them. The philosophy of correction may be found in the doctrine of original sin. Every child of Adam has a nature that is corrupted. It is a soil in which pride in all its forms and with all its cortege of vices takes strong and ready root. This growth crops out into stubbornness, selfishness, a horror of restraint, effort and self-denial, mischief, and a spirit of rebellion and destruction. In its native state, untouched by the rod of discipline, the child is wild. Now, you must force a crooked tree to grow straight, you must break a wild colt to domesticate it, and you must whip a wild boy to make him fit for the company of civilized people. Being self-willed, he will seek to follow the bent of his own inclinations, without intelligence or experience, and by nature prone to evil. He will follow the wrong path. And the habits acquired in youth, the faults developed, he will carry through life to his own and the misery of others. He therefore requires training and a substitute for judgment, and, according to the Holy Ghost, the rod furnishes both. In the majority of cases, nothing can supply it. This theory has held good in all the ages of the world, and, unless the species has evolved by extraordinary leaps and bounds within the last 50 years, it holds good today, modern nursery milk and honey discipline to the contrary notwithstanding. It may be hard on the youngster. It was hard on us. But the difficulty is only temporary, and difficulty, some genius has said, is the nurse of greatness. A harsh nurse, who roughly rocks her foster children into strength and athletic proportions. The great point is that this treatment be given in time, when it is possible to administer it with success and fruit. The ordinary child does not need oft-repeated doses. A firm hand and a vigorous application go a long way in most cases. Half-hearted milk and water castigation, like physic, should be thrown to the dogs. Long threatenings spoil the operation. They betray weakness which the child is the first to discover. And, without being brutal, It is well that the chastisement be such as will linger somewhat longer in the memory than in the sensibility. The defects that deserve this corrective especially are insubordination, sulkiness, and sullenness. It is good to stir up the lazy. It is necessary to instill in the child's mind a saving sense of its own inferiority, and to inculcate lessons of humility, self-effacement, and self-denial. It should scourge dishonesty and lying. The bear licks its cub into shape. Let the parent go to the bear, inquire of its ways, and be wise. His children will then have a moral shape and a form of character that will stand them in good stead in afterlife, and they will give thanks in proportion to the pain inflicted during the process of formation. End of chapter 66. Recording by Nathan Kindja. Chapter 67 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 67. Justice is a virtue by which we render unto every man that which to him is due. Among equals it is called commutative justice, the which alone is here in question. It protects us in the enjoyment of our own rights, and imposes upon us the obligation of respecting the rights of our fellow men. This, of course, supposes that we have certain rights, and that we know what a right is. But what is a right? The word itself may be clearer in the minds of many than its definition. Few ignore what a right is, and fewer still perhaps could say clearly and correctly what they mean by the word. A right is not something that you can see and feel and smell. It is a moral faculty, that is, a recognized inviolable power or liberty to do something, to hold or obtain possession of something. Where the right of property is concerned, it supposes a certain relation or connection between a person and an object. This may be a relation of natural possession, as in the case of life or reputation, a relation of lawful acquisition, as that of the goods of life, etc. Out of this relation springs a title, just and proper, by which I may call that object mine, or you yours. Ownership is thereby established of the object and conceded to the party in question. This party is therefore said to have a right to the object, and the right is good, whether he is in possession or not thereof. Justice respects this right, respects the just claims and titles of the owner, and forbids every act injurious thereto. All this presupposes the idea of God, and without that idea there can be no justice and no rights, properly so called. Justice is based on the conformity of all things with the will of God. The will of God is that we attain to everlasting happiness in the next world through the means of an established order of things in this life. The world is so ruled, and our nature is such, that certain means are either absolutely or relatively necessary for the attaining of that end. For example, life, reputation, liberty, the pursuit of happiness in the measure of our lawful capacity. The obligation, therefore, to reach that end gives us the right to use these means, and God places in every soul the virtue of justice so that this right may be respected. But it must be understood that the rights of God towards us transcend all other rights that we may have towards our fellow men. Ours we enjoy under the high dominion of Him who grants all rights. Consequently, in the pursuit of justice for ourselves, our rights cease the moment they come into antagonism with the superior rights of God as found in His law. No man has a right to do what is evil, not even to preserve that most inalienable and sacred of all rights, his right to life. To deny this is to destroy the very notion of justice. The restrictions of our rights are more sacred than those rights themselves. Violation of rights among equals is called injustice. This sin has a triple malice. It attacks the liberty of fellow men and destroys it. It attacks the order of the world and the basis of society. It attacks the decree and mandate of the Almighty, who wills that this world shall be run on the plan of justice. Injustice is therefore directly a sin against man, and indirectly a crime against God. So jealous is God of the rights of his creatures that he never remains satisfied until full justice is done for every act of injustice. Charity may be wounded and the fault condoned, but only reparation in kind will satisfy justice. Whatever is mine, and mine it will ever remain, wherever in this world another may have betaken himself with it. As long as it exists, it will appeal to me as to its master and owner. If justice is not done in this world, then it will appeal to the justice of heaven for vengeance. The 6 last commandments treat of the rights of man and condemn injustice. We are told to respect the life, the virtue, the goods, and the reputation of our fellow men. We are commanded to do so not only in act, but also in thought and desire. Life is protected by the 5th, virtue by the 6th and 9th, property by the 7th and 10th, and reputation by the 8th. To sin against any of these commandments is to sin against justice in one form or another. The claims, however, of violated justice are not such as to exact the impossible in order to repair an injury done. A dead man cannot be brought back to life. A penniless thief cannot make restitution unless he steals from somebody else, etc., etc. But he who finds himself thus physically incapable of undoing the wrongs committed must have at least the will and intention of so doing. To revoke such intention would be to commit a fresh sin of injustice. The alternative is to do penance, either willingly in this life or forcibly in the purging flames of the suffering church in the next. In that way, some time or other, justice, according to the plan of God, will be done. But he will never be satisfied until it is done. End of chapter 67. Recording by Nathan Kindja. Chapter 68 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 68. To kill is to take life, human or animal. It was once thought by a sect of crazy fanatics that the 5th commandment applied to the killing of animals as well as of men. When a man slays a man, he slays an equal. When he kills an animal, he kills a creature made to serve him and to be his food. And raw meat is not always palatable, and to cook is to kill. Everything that moves and lives, says Holy Writ, shall be unto you as food. The killing therefore here in question is the taking of human life, or homicide. There can be no doubt but that life is man's best and most precious possession, and that he has an inborn right to live as long as nature's laws operate in his favor. But man is not master of that gift of life, either in himself or in others. God, who alone can give, alone may take it away. Sole master of life, he deals it out to his creatures as it pleases him, and whoever tampers with human life intrudes upon the domain of the divinity, violating at the same time the first right of his fellow man. We have an instinctive horror of blood, human blood. For the ordinary individual, the Mosaic enactment that forbids murder is almost superfluous, so deeply has nature graven on our hearts the letter of that law. Murder is abominable, for the very reason that life is precious, and no reasonable being, civilized or savage, dealing death unjustly unto a fellow man, can have any other conviction in his soul than that he is committing a crime and incurring the almighty wrath of the deity. If such killing is done by a responsible agent, and against the right of the victim, the crime committed is murder, or unjustifiable homicide. which supposes that there is a kind of homicide that is justifiable, in seeming contradiction of the general law of God and nature, which specifies no exception. But there is a question here less of exception than of distinction. The law is a general one, of vast comprehension. Is all killing prohibited? Evidently no. It is limited to human beings in the first place, to responsible agents in the next, and thirdly, it involves a question of injustice. What is forbidden is the voluntary and unjust killing of a human being. Having thus specified according to the rules of right reasoning, we find we have a considerable margin left for the taking of life that is justifiable, and the records of divine revelation will approve the findings of right reason. We find God in the old law while upholding his fifth precept, commanding capital punishment and sanctioning the slaughter of war. He not only approved the slaying of certain persons, but there are instances of his giving authority to kill. By so doing, he delegated his supreme right over life to his creatures. Whoever sheds human blood, let his blood be shed. In the New Testament, the officer of the law is called the minister of God, and is said not without cause to carry the sword, and the sword is the symbol of the power to inflict death. The presence of such laws as that of capital punishment, of war, and of self-defense, in all the written codes of civilized peoples, as well as in the unwritten codes of savage tribes, can be accounted for only by a direct or indirect commission from the deity. A legal tradition so universal and so constant is a natural law, and consequently a divine law. In a matter of such importance, all mankind could not have erred. If it has, it is perfectly safe to be with it in its error. These exceptions, if we may call them exceptions, suppose the victim to have forfeited his right to live, to have placed himself in a position of unjust aggression, which aggression gives to the party attacked the right to repel it, to protect his own life even at the cost of the life of the unjust aggressor. This is an individual privilege in only one instance, that of self-defense. In all others, it is invested in the body politic, or society, which alone can declare war and inflict death on a capital offender. Of course, it may be said that in moral matters, like does not cure like, that to permit killing is a strange manner of discouraging the same. But this measure acts as a deterrent. It is not a cure for the offender, or rather it is, and a radical one. It is intended to instill a salutary dread into the hearts of those who may be inclined to play too freely with human life. This is the only argument assassins understand. It is therefore the only one we can use against them. End of chapter 68. Recording by Nathan Kindja.
Chapter 69 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 69. Is Suicide a Sin? Most people no doubt remember how, a short time previous to his death, Colonel Robert Ingersoll, the agnostic lecturer, gave out a thesis with the above title, offering a negative conclusion. Some discussion ensued in public print, the question was debated hotly, and whole columns of pros and cons were inflicted on the suffering public by the theologues who had taken the matter seriously. We recall too how, in the height of the discussion, a poor devil of an unfortunate was found in one of the parks of the metropolis, with an empty pistol in his clenched fist, a bullet in his head, and in his pocket a copy of the thesis, Is Suicide a Sin? To a Christian, this theorizing and speculation was laughable enough. But when one was brought face to face with the reality of the thing, a grim humor was added to the situation. Comedy is dangerous, that leads to tragedy. The witty part of the matter was this. Ingersoll spoke of sin, Now, what kind of an intelligible thing could sin be in the mind of a blasphemous agnostic? What meaning could it have for any man who professes not to know or to care who or what God is? If there is no legislator, there is no law. If no law, then no violation of the law. If God does not exist, there can be no offending him. Eliminate the notion of God, and there is no such thing as sin. Sin, therefore, had no meaning for Ingersoll. His thesis had no meaning. Nothing he said had any meaning. Yet people took him seriously, and at least one poor wretch was willing to test the truth of the assertion and run his chances. Some people, less speculative, contend that the fact of suicide is sufficient evidence of irresponsibility, as no man in his right senses would take his own life. This position is both charitable and consoling. Unfortunately, certain facts of premeditation and clear-mindedness militate so strongly against such a general theory that one can easily afford to doubt its soundness. That this is true in many cases, perhaps in the majority of cases, all will admit. In all cases, few will admit it. However, the question here is one of principle and not of fact. The prime evil at the bottom of all killing is that of injustice. But in self-destruction, where the culprit and the victim are one and the same person, there can be no question of injustice. Akin to and a substitute for the law of justice is that of charity, by which we are bound to love ourselves and do ourselves no harm or injury. The saying, "charity begins at home," means that we ourselves are the first objects of our charity. If therefore we must respect the life of our neighbor, the obligation is still greater to respect our own. Then there is the supreme law of justice that reposes in God. We should remember that God is the supreme and sole master of life. Man has a lease of life, but it does not belong to him to destroy at his own will. He did not give it to himself, and he cannot take it away. Destruction supposes an authority and dominion that does not belong to any man where life is concerned. And he who assumes such a prerogative commits an act of unquestionable injustice against him whose authority is usurped. By indirect killing, we mean the placing of an act, good, or at least morally indifferent, from which may result a benefit that is intended, but also an evil, death, which is not intended, but simply suffered to occur. In this event there is no sin, provided there be sufficient reason for permitting said evil effect. The act may be in operation, the benefit intended a cure, the evil risked death. The misery of ill health is a sufficient reason for risking the evil of death, in the hope of regaining strength and health. To escape sure death, to escape from grave danger or ills, to preserve one's virtue, to save another's life, to assure a great public benefit, etc. These are reasons proportionate to the evil of risking life, and in these and similar cases, if death results, it is indirect suicide and is in no wise criminal. The same cannot be said of death that results from abuses or excesses of any kind, such as dissipation or debauchery, from risks that are taken in a spirit of bravado or with a view to winning fame or lucre. For a still better reason, this cannot be said of those who undergo criminal operations. It is never permitted to do what is intrinsically evil, that good may come therefrom. All this applies to self-mutilation as well as to self-destruction. As parts of the whole, one's limbs should be the objects of one's charity, and God's law demands that we preserve them as well as the body itself. It is lawful to submit to the maiming process only when the utility of the whole body demands it. Otherwise, it is criminal. One word more. What about those who call upon and desire death? To desire evil is sinful, yes, but death is a moral evil when its mode is contrary to the laws of God and of nature. Thus, with perfect acquiescence to order of divine providence, If one desire death in order to be at rest with God, that one desires a good and meritorious thing, and with perfect regularity. It is less meritorious to desire death with the sole view of escaping the ills and troubles of life. It would even be difficult to convict one of mortal offending if he desired death for a slight and futile reason, if there be due respect for the will of God. The sin of such desires consists in rebellion against the divine will and opposition to the providence of God. In such cases, the sin is never anything but grievous. End of chapter 69. Recording by Nathan Kindja.
Chapter 70 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Self-defense. The thought is a terrible one, and the act is desperate in itself, of a man, however justified his conduct may be, slaying with his own hand a fellow being, and sending his soul, unprepared perhaps, before its Maker. But it is a still more desperate thing, because it strikes us nearer home, to yield up one's life into the hands of an agent of injustice. There is here an alternative of two very great evils. It is a question of two lives, his and mine. I must slay, or I must die without having done anything to forfeit my life. But the law of charity, founded in nature, makes my life more precious to me than his, for charity begins at home. Then, to save his life, I must give mine, and he risks his to take mine. I do not desire to kill my unjust aggressor, but I do intend, as I have a perfect right, to protect my own life. If he without cause places his existence as an obstacle to my enjoyment of life, then I shall remove that obstacle, and to do it I shall kill. Again, a desperate remedy, but the situation is most terribly desperate. Being given law of my being, I cannot help the inevitable result of conditions of which I am nowise responsible. The man who attacks my life places his own beyond the possibility of my saving it. This, of course, supposes a man using the full measure of his rights. But is he bound to do this, morally? Not if his charity for another be greater than that which he bears towards himself. If he go beyond the divine injunction to love his neighbor as himself, and to love him better than himself. If he feel that he is better prepared to meet his God than the other. If he have no one dependent on him for maintenance and support. Even did he happen to be in the state of mortal sin, there is every reason to believe that such charity as will sacrifice life for another, greater than which no man has, would wash away that sin and open the way of mercy. While great indeed must be the necessity of the dependent ones to require absolutely the death of another. The aggression that justifies killing must be unjust. This would not be the case of a criminal being brought to justice or resisting arrest. Justice cannot conflict with itself, and can do nothing unjust in carrying out its own mandates. The culprit, therefore, has no grounds to stand upon for his defense. Neither is killing justifiable if wounding or mutilation would affect the purpose. But here the code of morals allows much latitude on account of the difficulty of judging to a nicety the intentions of the aggressor, that is, whether he means to kill or not, and of so directing the protecting blow as to inflict just enough and no more disability than the occasion requires. Virtue in woman is rightly considered a boon greater than life, and for that matter so is the state of God's friendship in the soul of any creature. Then here too applies the principle of self-defense. If I may kill to save my life, I may for better reason kill to save my soul, and to avoid mortal offense. True, the loss of bodily integrity does not necessarily imply a staining of the soul, but human nature is such as to make the one an almost fatal consequence of the other. The person, therefore, who kills to escape unjust contamination acts within his or her rights and before God is justified in the doing. We would venture to say the same thing of a man who resorts to this extreme in order to protect his rightly gotten goods, on these two conditions, however: that there be some kind of proportion between the loss and the remedy he employs to protect himself against it, and that he have well-grounded hope that the remedy will be effective, that it will prevent said loss, and not transform itself into revenge. And here a last remark is in order. The killing that is permitted to save is not permitted to avenge loss sustained. The law sanctions self-defense, but not vengeance. If a man, on the principle of self-defense, has the right to kill to save his brother, and fails to do so, his further right to kill ceases. The object is past saving, and vengeance is criminal. If a woman who has been wronged wants the wrong effected, there can be no lawful recourse to slaying, for what is lost is beyond redemption, and no reason for such action exists except revenge. In these cases, killing is murder, pure and simple, and there is nothing under heaven to justify it. Remembering the injunction to love our neighbor as ourself, we add that we have the same right to defend our neighbor's life as we have to defend our own, even to protect his or her innocence and virtue and possessions. A husband may defend the honor of his wife, which is his own, even though the wife be a party to the crime and consent to the defilement. But the right is only to prevent, and ceases on the event of accomplishment, even at the incipient stage. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Murder often sanctioned. All injury done to another in order to repair an insult is criminal, and if said injury result in death, it is murder. Here we consider an insult as an attack on one's reputation or character, a charge or accusation, a slurring remark, etc., without reference to the truth or falsity thereof. It may be objected that whereas reputation, like chastity and considerable possessions, is often valued as high as life itself, the same right exists to defend it even at the cost of another's life. But it must be remembered that the loss of character sustained in consequence of an insult of this kind is something very ephemeral and unsubstantial, and only to a mind abnormally sensitive can any proportion be perceived between the loss and the remedy. This is especially true when the attack is in words, and goes no farther than words. For sticks and stones will break your bones, but names will never hurt you, as we used to say when we were boys. Then words are such fleeting things that the harm is done, whatever harm there is, before any remedy can be brought to bear upon it, which fact leaves no room for self-defense. In such a case, the only redress that can be had is from the courts of justice, established to undo wrongs as far as the thing can be done. The power to do this belongs to the state alone, and is vested in no private individual. To assume the prerogative of privately doing oneself justice, when recourse can be had to the tribunals of justice, is to sin, and every act committed in this pursuit of justice is unlawful and criminal. This applies likewise to all the other cases of self-defense, wherein life, virtue, and wealth are concerned, if the harm is already done, or if legal measures can prevent the evil or undo it. It may be that the justice dealt out by the tribunal in case of injury being done to us prove inferior to that which we might have obtained ourselves by private methods, but this is not a reason for one to take the law into one's own hands. Such loss is accidental, and must be ascribed to the inevitable course of human things. Dueling is a form of murder and suicide combined, for which there can possibly be no justification. The code of honor that requires the reparation of an insult at the point of the sword or muzzle of a pistol has no existence outside the befogged intelligence of godless men. The duel repairs nothing, and aggravates the evil it seeks to remedy. The justice it appeals to is a creature dependent on skill and luck. Such justice is not only blind, but crazy as well. That is why the Church anathematizes dueling. The duel, she contends, is a hand-to-hand combat, prearranged as to weapons, time, and place, and it is immaterial whether it be to the death or only to the letting of first blood. She fulminates her major excommunication against duelists, even in the event of their failing to keep their agreement. Her sentence affects seconds and all those who advise or favor or abet, and even those whose simple presence is an incentive and encouragement. She refuses Christian burial to the one who falls, unless before dying he shows certain dispositions of repentance. Prize fighting, however brutal and degrading, must not be put in the category of dueling. Its object is not to wipe out an insult, but to furnish sport and to reap the incidental profits. In normal conditions there is no danger to life or limb. Sharkey might stop with the point of his chin, a blow that would send many another into kingdom come. But so long as Sharkey does the stopping, the danger remains non-existent. If, however, hate instead of lucre bring the men together, the motive would be sufficient to make the game one of blood, if not of death. Lynching is another kind of murder, and a cowardly, brutal kind at that. No crime, no abomination on the part of the victim, however great, can justify such an inhuman proceeding. It brands with the crime of willful murder every man or woman who has had a hand in it. To defend the theory of lynching is as bad as to carry it out in practice, and it is greatly to be feared that the Almighty will one day call this land to account for the outrageous performance of unbridled license and heartless cruelty that occur so frequently in our midst. The only plea on which to ground an excuse for such exhibitions of brutality and disrespect for order and justice would be the inability of established government to mete out justice to the guilty. But this is not even the case, for government is deified, and lawful authority capable and willing to punish is spurned. The culprit is taken from the hands of the law and delivered over to the vengeance of a mob. However popular the doctrine of Judge Lynch may be in certain sections of the land, it is nevertheless reprobated by the law of God and stands condemned at the bar of his justice. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. On the Ethics of War. In these days, since we have evolved into a fighting nation, our young men feel within them the instinct of battle, which, like Job's steed, when it heareth the trumpet, saith, Ha, ha! That smelleth the battle afar off, the encouraging of the captains, the shouting of the army. Military trappings are no longer looked upon as stage furniture, good only for 4th of July parades and sham maneuvers. War with us has become a stern reality, and promises to continue such. For people do not yield up willingly their independence, even to a world power with a providential destiny to fulfill. And since war is slaughter, it might be apropos to remark on the morality of such killing as is done on the field of battle and of war in general. In every war there is a right side and a wrong side. Sometimes, perhaps more frequently, there is right and wrong on both sides, due to bungling diplomacy and the blindness of prejudice. But in every case justice demands the triumph of one cause and the defeat of the other. To determine in any particular case the side of right and justice is a very difficult matter, and perhaps it is just as well that it is so. For could this be done with truth and accuracy, Frightful responsibilities would have to be placed on the shoulders of somebody, and we shrink instinctively from the thought of any one individual or body of individuals standing before God with the crime of war on his or their souls. Therefore it is that grave men are of the opinion that such a tremendous event as war is not wholly of man's making, but rather an act of God, like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and the like, which things he uses as flails to chastise his people, or to bring them to a sense of their own insignificance in his sight. Be this as it may, it is nevertheless true that a private individual is rarely, if ever, competent to judge rightly by himself of the morality of any given cause, until such time at least as history has probed the matter and brought every evidence to light. In case, therefore, of doubt, every presumption should favor the cause of one's own country. If, in my private opinion, the cause of my country is doubtfully wrong, then that doubt should yield to the weight of higher authoritative opinion. Official or popular judgment will be authority for me. On that authority I may form a strong probable opinion, at least, and this will assure the morality of my taking up my country's cause, even though it be doubtful from my personal point of view. If this cannot be done, and one's conscience positively reproves such a cause, then that one cannot, until a contrary conviction is acquired, take any part therein. But he is in no wise bound to defend with arms the other side, for his convictions are subjective, and general laws do not take these into account. Who are bound to serve? That depends on the quality of danger to which the Commonwealth is exposed. First, the obligation is for those who can do so easily, young men, strong, unmarried, with a taste for such adventure as war affords. The greater the general peril, the less private needs should be considered. The situation may be such as to call forth every able-bodied man, irrespective of family necessities. To shirk this duty when it is plainly a duty, a rare circumstance indeed, is without doubt a sin. Obedience to orders is the alpha and omega of army discipline. Without it, a cause is lost from the beginning. Numbers are nothing compared to order. A mob is not a fighting machine. It is only a fair target. The issue of a battle, or even of a whole war, may depend on obedience to orders. Army men know this so well that death is not infrequently the penalty of disobedience. Consequently, a violation of discipline is usually a serious offense. It may be easily a mortal sin. War being slaughter, the soldier's business is to kill, or rather to disable, as many of the enemy as possible on the field of battle. This disabling process means, of course, and necessarily, the maiming unto death of many. Such killing is not only lawful, but obligatory. War, like the surgeon's knife, must often lop off much in order to save the whole. The best soldier is he who inflicts most damage on the enemy. But the desire and intention of the soldier should not be primarily to kill, but only to put the enemy beyond the possibility of doing further harm. Death will be the result of his efforts in many cases, and this he suffers to occur rather than desires or intends. But he has no right to slay outside of battle or without the express command of a superior officer. If he does so, he is guilty of murder. Neither must there be hate behind the aim that singles out a foe for destruction. The general hatred which he bestows on the opposing cause must respect the individual enemy. It is not lawful to wantonly torture or maim an enemy, whoever or whatever he may be, however great his crime. Not even the express command of a superior officer can justify such doings, because it is barbarity, pure and unmitigated. In war, these things are morally just what they would be if they were perpetrated in the heart of peace and civilization by a gang of thugs. These are abominations that not only disgrace the flag under which they are committed, but even cry to heaven for vengeance. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. The Massacre of the Innocents. Herod the Bloody slew all under 2. A modern Moloch, a creature of lust and blood, disguised often under the cloak of respectability, stalks through a Christian land, denying the babe the right to be born at all, demanding that it be crushed as soon as conceived. There is murder and murder, but this is the most heartless, cowardly, and brutal on the catalogue of crime. It is bad enough to cut down an enemy, to shoot him in the back, but when it comes to slaying a victim as helpless as a babe, incapable of entering a protest, innocent of all wrong save that of existing, when even baptism is denied it, and thereby the sight of God for all eternity, when finally the victim is one's own flesh and blood, the language of hell alone is capable of qualifying such deeds. Do not say there is no injustice. Every innocent human being at every stage of its existence, from the first to the last, born or unborn, has a natural and inalienable right to live, as long as nature's laws operate in its favor. Being innocent, it cannot forfeit that right. God is no acceptor of persons. A soul is a soul, whether it be the soul of a pontiff, a king, or a sage, or the soul of the unborn babe of the last woman of the people. In every case, the right to live is exactly the same. The circumstances, regular or irregular, of its coming into life, not being of its own making, do not affect the right in the least. It obeyed the law by which every man is created. It could not disobey, for the law is fatal. Its presence, therefore, cannot be morally obnoxious, a crime on its part. Whether its presence is a joy or a shame, that depends solely on the free act of others than itself. And it is for them to enjoy the privilege or bear the disgrace and burden. That presence may occasion poverty, suffering, it may even endanger life. What if it does? Has a person in misfortune the right to strike down another who has had no part in making that misfortune? Life does not begin at birth, but precedes it. Prenatal life is truly life. That which is conceived is. Being, it lives as essentially as a full-grown man in the prime of life. Being the fruit of humanity, it is human at every instant of its career. Being human, it is a creature of God, has an immortal soul with the image of the Maker stamped thereon. And the veto of God, "Thou shalt not kill," protects the life, or it has no meaning at all. The psychological moment of incipient life, the instant marked by the infusion of soul into body, may furnish a problem of speculation for the savant. But even when certitude ends and doubt begins, the law of God fails not to protect. No man who doubts seriously that the act he is about to perform is a crime, and is free to act or not to act, is anything but a criminal, if he goes ahead notwithstanding and does the deed. If I send a bullet into a man's head, doubting whether or not he be dead, I commit murder by that act, and it matters not at all, in point of fact, whether said person were really dead or not, before I made sure. In the matter, therefore, which concerns us here, doubt will not make killing justifiable. The law is, when in doubt, do not act. Then again, as far as guilt is concerned, it makes not a particle of difference whether results follow or not. Sin, you know, is an act of the will. The exterior deed completes, but does not make the crime. If I do all in my power to effect a wrong, and fail in the attempt through no fault of my own, I am just as guilty before God as if I perpetrated the crime. Indeed, it is more than a desire to commit sin which is sinful. It is the specific sin in itself, and in this matter it is murder pure and simple. This applies with equal force to the agent who does the deed, to the principal who has it done or consents to its being done, to those who advise, encourage, urge, or cooperate in any way therein, as well as to those who, having authority to prevent, neglect to use it. The stain of blood is on the soul of every person to whom any degree of responsibility or complicity can be attached. If every murderer in this enlightened Christian land of ours received the rope which is his or her due, According to the letter of the law, business would be brisk for quite a spell. It is a small town that has not its professional babe-slaughterer, who succeeds in evading the law even when he contrives to kill 2 at one time. He does not like to do it, but there is money in it, you know, and he pockets his unholy blood money without a squirm. Don't prosecute him. If you do, he will make revelations that will startle the town. As for the unnatural mother, it is best to leave her to listen in the dead of night to the appealing voice of her murdered babes before the tribunal of God's infinite justice. Their blood calls for vengeance. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Enmity. Killing is not the only thing forbidden by the 5th commandment. Thereby are prescribed all forms of enmity, of which killing is one, that attack either directly or indirectly in thought or desire, as well as in deed, the life, limbs, or health of the neighbor. The 5th precept protects the physical man. Everything, therefore, that partakes of the nature of a design on the body of another is an offense against this commandment. All such offenses are not equally grievous, but each contains a malice of its own, which is prescribed under the head of killing. Enmity that takes the form of fighting, assault, and battery is clearly a breach of the law of God. It is lawful to wound, maim, or otherwise disable an assailant on the principle of self-defense when there is no other means of protecting oneself against attack. But outside this contingency, such conduct is ruffianism before man and sin before God. The state alone has the right to inflict penalties and avenge wrongs. To turn this right over to every individual would be destructive of society. If this sort of thing is unlawful and criminal when there might be some kind of an excuse for it on the ground of injury received, the malice thereof is aggravated considerably by the fact of there being no excuse at all, or only imaginary ones. There is another form of enmity or hatred that runs not to blows but to words. Herein is evil, not because of any bodily injury wrought, of which there is none, but because of the diabolical spirit that manifests itself, a spirit reproved by God, and which in given circumstances is ready to resort to physical injury and even to the letting of blood. There can be no doubt that hatred in itself is forbidden by this commandment, for whosoever hateth his brother is a murderer, according to St. John. It matters little, therefore, whether such hatred be in deeds or in words. The malice is there, and the sin is consummated. A person too weak to do an enemy bodily harm may often use his or her tongue to better effect than another could his fists, and the verbal outrage thus committed may be worse than a physical one. It is not even necessary that the spirit of enmity show itself at all on the outside for the incurring of such guilt as attends the violation of this commandment. It is sufficient that it possess the soul and go no farther than a desire to do harm. This is the spirit of revenge, and it is none the less sinful in the eyes of God because it lacks the complement of exterior acts. It is immoral to nourish a grudge against a fellow man. Such a spirit only awaits an occasion to deal a blow, and when that occasion shows itself, will be ready, willing, and anxious to strike. The Lord refuses the gifts and offerings and prayers of such people as these. They are told to go and become reconciled with their brother, and lay low the spirit that holds them. Then, and only then, will their offerings be acceptable. Even less than this suffices to constitute a breach of the 5th commandment. It is the quality of such passions as envy and jealousy to sometimes be content with the mere thought of injury done to their object, without even going so far as to desire to work the evil themselves. These passions are often held in check for a time, but in the event of misfortune befalling the hated rival, there follows a sense of complacency and satisfaction, which, if entertained, has all the malice of mortal sin. If, on the contrary, the prosperity of another inspires with a feeling of regret and sadness, which is deliberately countenanced and consented to, there can be no doubt as to the grievous malice of such a failing. Finally, recklessness may be the cause of our harming another. It is a sound principle of morals that one is responsible for his acts in the measure of his foreseeing and consenting to the results and consequences. But there is still another sound principle according to which every man is accountable, at least indirectly, for the evil consequences of his actions, even though they may be unforeseen and involuntary, in the measure of the want of ordinary human prudence shown in his conduct. A man with a loaded revolver in his hand may not have any design on the lives of his neighbors, but if he blazes away right and left and happens to fill this or that one with lead, he is guilty if he is in his right mind, and a mortal sin, is still a sin, even if it is committed indirectly. Negligence is often culpable, and ignorance frequently a sin. Naturally, just as a soul is superior to the body, so evil example, scandal, the killing of the soul of another, is a crime of far greater enormity than the working of injury unto the body. Scandal comes properly under the head of murder, but it is less blood than lust that furnishes it with working material. It will therefore be treated in its place and time. End of chapter 74.
Chapter 75 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 75. Our Enemies. What is an enemy? A personal and individual enemy is he who has done us a personal injury. The enemy, in a general or collective sense, are they, a people, a class, or party, who are opposed to our interests, whose presence, doings, or sayings are obnoxious to us for many natural reasons. Concerning these latter, it might be said that it is natural, oftentimes necessary and proper, to oppose them by all legitimate means. This opposition, however lawful, is scarcely ever compatible with any high degree of charity or affection. But whatever of aversion, antipathy, or even hatred is thereby engendered, it is not of a personal nature. It does not attain the individual, but embraces a category of beings as a whole, who become identified with the cause they sustain, and thereby fall under the common enmity. The law that binds us unto love of our enemy operates only in favor of the units, and not of the group as a group. Hatred, aversion, antipathy, such as divides peoples, races, and communities, is one, though not the highest, characteristic of patriotism. It may be called the defect of equality. When a man is whole-souled in a cause, he will brook with difficulty any system of ideas opposed to, and destructive of, his own. Anxious for the triumph of what he believes the cause of right and justice, he will rejoice over the discomfiture of his rivals and the defeat of their cause. Wars leave behind an inheritance of hatred. Persecution makes wounds that take a long time to heal. The descendants of the defeated, conquered, or persecuted will look upon the generations of their fathers' foes as typifying oppression, tyranny, and injustice, will wish them all manner of evil and gloat over their downfall. Such feelings die hard. They spring from convictions. The wounds made by injustice, fancied or real, will smart. And just as naturally will men retain in their hearts aversion for all that which, for them, stands for such injustice. This is criminal only when it fails to respect the individual and become personal hate. Him who has done us a personal injury we must forgive. Pardon drives hatred out of the heart. Love of God is incompatible with personal enmity. Therefore, such enmity must be quelched. He who says he loves God and hates his brother is a liar, according to divine testimony. What takes the place of this hate? Love, a love that is called common love, to distinguish it from that special sort of affection that we have for friends. This is a general kind of love that embraces all men and excludes none individually. It forbids all uncharity towards a man as a unit, and it supposes a disposition of the soul that would not refuse to give a full measure of love and assistance, if necessity required it. This sort of love leaves no room for hatred of a personal nature in the heart. Is it enough to forgive sincerely from the heart? It is not enough. We must manifest our forgiveness, and this for 3 good reasons. First, in order to secure us against self-illusion and to test the sincerity of our dispositions. Secondly, in order to put an end to discord by showing the other party that we hold no grudge. Lastly, in order to remove whatever scandal may have been given by our breach of friendship. The disorder of enmity can be thoroughly cured and healed only by an open renewal of the ties of friendship, and this is done by the offering and acknowledgement of the signs of friendship. The signs of friendship are of 2 sorts, the one common, the other special. Common tokens of friendship are those signs which are current among people of the same condition of life, such as saluting, answering a question, dealing in business affairs, etc. These are commonly regarded as sufficient to take away any reasonable suspicion of hatred, although, in matter of fact, the inference may be false. But the refusal to give such tokens of pardon usually argues the presence of an uncharitable feeling that is sinful. It is nearly always evidence of an unforgiving spirit. There are certain cases wherein the offense received being of a peculiar nature, justifies one in deferring such evidence of forgiveness, but these cases are rare. If we are obliged to show by unmistakable signs that we forgive a wrong that has been done, we are in no wise bound to make a particular friend of the person who has been guilty of the wrong. We need not go out of our way to meet him, receive or visit him, or treat him as a long-lost brother. He would not expect it, and we fulfill our obligations toward him by the ordinary civilities we show him in the business of life. If we have offended, we must take the first step toward reconciliation and apologize. That is the only way we have of repairing the injury done, and to this we are held in conscience. If there is equal blame on both sides, then both are bound to the same duty of offering an apology. To refuse such advances on the part of one who has wronged us is to commit an offense that might very easily be grievous. All this, of course, is apart from the question of indemnification in case of real damage being sustained. We may condone an offense and at the same time require that the loss suffered be repaired. And in case the delinquent refuse to settle amicably, we are justified in pursuing him before the courts. Justice is not necessarily opposed to charity. End of Chapter 75. Recording by Brian Keenan. Chapter 76 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 76. Immorality. The natural order of things brings us to a consideration of the 6th commandment, and at the same time of the 9th as treating of the same matter, a matter so highly immoral as to deserve the specific appellation of immorality. People, as a rule, are tolerably well informed on this subject. It is a knowledge acquired by instinct, the depraved instinct of our fallen nature, and supplemented by the experiences weaned from the daily sayings and doings of common life. Finally, that sort of journalism known as the yellow, and literature called pornographic, serve to round off this education and give it the finishing touches. But, on the other hand, if one considers the innocent, the young and inexperienced, who are not a few, and likewise the morbidly curious of sensual tendencies, who are many, this matter must appear as a high explosive, capable of doing any amount of damage, if not handled with the utmost care and caution. Much, therefore, must be left unsaid, or half said. Suggestion and insinuation must be trusted to go far enough, in order that, while the knowing understand, the ignorant may be secure in the bliss of their ignorance and be not prematurely informed. They, for whom such language is insufficient, know where to go for fuller information. Parents are the natural teachers. The boy's father and the girl's mother know what to say, how and when to say it, or at least should know. And if parents were only more careful in their own way to acquaint their children with certain facts when the time comes for it, much evil would be avoided, both moral and physical. But there are secrets too sacred even for parents' ears, that are confided only to God, through his appointed minister. Catholics know this man is the confessor, and the place for such information and counsel, the holy tribunal of penance. These two channels of knowledge are safe. The same cannot be said of others. As a preliminary, we would remark that sins, of the sort here in question, as well as all kinds of sin, are not limited to deeds. Exterior acts consummate the malice of evil, but they do not constitute such malice. Evil is generated in the heart. One who desires to do wrong offends God as effectively as another who does the wrong in deed. Not only that, but he who makes evil the food of his mind and ponders complacently on the seductive beauty of vice is no less guilty than he who goes beyond theory into practice. This is something we frequently forget, or would fain forget. The greed of passion blinding us more or less voluntarily to the real moral value of our acts. As a consequence of this self-illusion, many a one finds himself far beyond his depth in the sea of immorality before he fully realizes his position. It is small beginnings that lead to lasting results. It is by repeated acts that habits are formed, and evil grows on us faster than most of us are willing to acknowledge. All manner of good and evil originates in thought, and that is where the little monster of uncleanness must be strangled before it is full grown, if we would be free from its unspeakable thraldom. Again, this is a matter the malice and evil of which very, very rarely, if ever, escapes us. He who commits a sin of impurity and says he did not know it was wrong, lies deliberately, or else he is not in his right frame of mind. The Maker has left in our souls enough of natural virtue and grace to enable us to distinguish right and wrong, clean and unclean. Even the child with no definite knowledge of the matter, meeting it for the first time, instinctively blushes and recoils from the moral hideousness of its aspect. Conscience here speaks in no uncertain accents. He alone does not hear who does not wish to hear. Catholic theologians are even more rigid concerning the matter itself, prescinding altogether from our perception of it. They say that here no levity of matter is allowed, that is to say, every violation, however slight, of either of these two commandments is a sin. You cannot even touch this pitch of moral defilement without being yourself defiled. It is useless, therefore, to argue the matter and enter a plea of triviality and inconsequence. Nothing is trivial that is of a nature to offend God and damn a soul. Weakness has the same value as an excuse as it has elsewhere in moral matters. Few sins are of pure malice. Weakness is responsible for the damnation of all, or nearly all, the lost. That very weakness is the sin, for virtue is strength. To make this plea, therefore, is to make no plea at all, for we are all weak, desperately weak, especially against the demon of the flesh, and we become weaker by yielding. And we are responsible for the degree of moral debility under which we labor, just as we are for the degree of guilt we have incurred. Finally, as God is no acceptor of persons, he does not distinguish between souls, and sex makes no difference with him. In this his judgment differs from that of the world which absolves the man and condemns the woman. There is no evident reason why the violation of a divine precept should be less criminal in one human creature than in another. And if the reprobation of society does not follow both equally, the wrath of God does, and he will render unto every one according to his and her works. End of chapter 76. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Chapter 77 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. The Sin of Iniquity. The malice of lust consists in the abuse of a natural, a quasi-divine faculty, which is prostituted to ignoble purposes foreign to the ends by the Creator established. The lines along which this faculty may be legitimately exercised are laid down by natural and divine laws, destined to preserve God's right to maintain order in society and to protect man against himself. The laws result in the foundation of a state called matrimony, within which the exercise of this human prerogative, delegated to man by the Creator, receives the sanction of divine authority, and becomes invested with a sacred character, as sacred as its abuse is abnormal and odious. To disregard and ignore this condition of things, and to seek satisfaction for one's passions outside the domain of lawful wedlock, is to revolt against this order of creative wisdom, and to violate the letter of the law. But the intrinsic malice of the evil appears in the nature of this violation. This abuse touches life, not life in its being, but in its source, in the principle that makes all vitality possible, which is still more serious. Immorality is therefore a moral poisoning of the wells of life. It profanes and desecrates a faculty and prerogative so sacred that it is likened to the almighty power of the Creator. A manifold malice may attach to a single act in violation of the law of moral purity. The burden of a vow in either party incurring guilt, whether that vow be matrimonial or religious, is a circumstance that adds injustice or sacrilege to the crime, according to the nature of that vow. And the double guilt is on both parties. If the vow exists in one and the other delinquent, then the offense is still further multiplied and the guilt aggravated. Blood relationship adds a specific malice of its own, slight or grievous according to the intimacy of said relationship. Fornication, adultery, sacrilege, and incest, these, to give things their proper names, are terms that specify various degrees of malice and guilt in this matter, and although they do not sound well or look well in print, they have a meaning which sensible folks should not ignore. A lapse from virtue is bad. The habit or vice voluntarily entertained is infinitely worse. If the one argues weakness, even culpable, the other betrays studied contempt for God and the law, an utter perversion of the moral sense that does not even esteem virtue in itself, an appalling thraldom of the spirit to the flesh, an appetite that is all ungodly, a gluttony that is bestial. Very often it supposes a victim held fast in the clutches of unfeeling hoggishness, fascinated or subjugated, made to serve while serviceable, and then cast off without a shred of respectability for another. It is an ordinary occurrence for one of these victims to swallow a deadly potion on being shown her folly and left to its consequences, and the human ogre rides triumphantly home in his red automobile. But the positions may be reversed. The victim may play the role of seductress, and displaying charms that excite the passions, ensnare the youth whose feet are not guided by the lamp of experience, wisdom, and religion. This is the human spider, soulless and shameless, using splendid gifts of God to form a web with which to inveigle and entrap a too willing prey. And the dead flies, who will count them? The climax of infamy is reached when this sort of thing is made not a pastime but a business, when virtue is put on the market with its fixed value attached and bartered for a price. There is no outrage on human feeling greater than this. We are all born of woman, and the sight of womanhood thus degraded and profaned would give us more of a shock if it were less common. The curse of God is on such wretches as ply this unnatural trade and live by infamy, not only on them, but on those who also make such traffic possible and lucrative. Considering all things, more guilty the latter than the former, perhaps. Active cooperation in evil makes one a joint partner in guilt. To encourage infamy is not only to sin, but also to share all the odium thereof, while he who contributes to the perpetuation of an iniquity of this nature is in a sense worse than the unfortunates themselves. The civil law which seeks to eliminate the social evil of prostitution by enactment and process, divorce is a creature of the law, and divorce opens the door to concubinage, legalized if you will, but concubinage just the same. The marriage tie is intact after as well as before the decree of divorce. No human power can break that bond. The permission, therefore, to remarry is permission to live in adultery, and that permission is, of its very nature, null and void. They who avail themselves of such a permission and live in sin may count on the protection of the law, but the law will not protect them against the wrath of the Almighty, who condemns their immoral living. End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Wherein nature is opposed. Certain excesses, such as we have already alluded to, however base and abominable in themselves and their effects, have nevertheless this to their credit, that while violating the positive law of God, they respect at least the fundamental laws of nature, according to which the universe is constructed and ordered. To satisfy one's depraved appetites along forbidden but natural lines is certainly criminal. But an unnatural and beastly instinct is sometimes not satisfied with such abuse and excess. The passion becomes so blinded as to ignore the difference of sex, run even lower to the inferior order of brutes. This is the very acme of ungodliness. There are laws on the statute books against abominations of this sort. And be it said to the shame of a Christian community, said laws find an only too frequent application. Severe as are the penalties, they are less an adequate punishment than a public expression of the common horror inspired by the very mention of the crimes they are destined to chastise. To attain this depth of infamy is at one and the same time to sin and to receive the penalty of sin. Here culminates repeated violence to the moral law. When one is sated with ordinary lusts and is bent on sweeping the whole gamut of mundane experiences and excitations, that one invariably descends to the unnatural and extraordinary, and lives a life of protest against nature. St. Paul confirms this. According to him, God in punishment for sin delivers over people to shameful affections, to reprobate sense. He suffers them to be a hell unto themselves, and nature seldom fails to avenge herself for the outrages suffered. She uses the flail of disease and remorse, of misery and disgust, and she scourges the culprit to the verge of the grave, often to the yawning pit of hell. People shudder at the very thought of such unmentionable things, but there are circles in society in which such sanctimonious shuddering is a mighty thin veil of hypocrisy. Infinitely more common, and little, if any, less unnatural and abominable, are the crimes that are killing off the old stock that once possessed the land, and making the country dependent for increase of population on the floods of immigration. The old Puritan families are almost extinct. Boston is more Irish than Dublin. The phenomenon is so striking here that it is called New Englandism. Why are there so few large families outside the Irish and Canadian elements? Why are there seen so few children in the fashionable districts in our large cities? Why this blast of sterility with which the land is cursed? Look behind the phenomenon, and you will find the cause, and the finding will make you shudder. And if only those shudder who are free from stain, the shuddering will be scarcely audible. Onan and Malthus, as household gods, are worse than the gods of Rome. Meanwhile, the unit deteriorates alongside the family, being given over to a reprobate sense that is centered in self, that furnishes, against all law, its own satisfactions, and reaps in all justice its inevitable harvest of woe. To what extent this vice is common it would serve no purpose to examine. Students of criminology have more than once made known their views on the matter. The character of its malice, both moral and physical, needs no comment. Nature is outraged. But it has this among its several features: the thraldom to which it subjects its victim has nothing outside itself to which it may be compared. Man's self is his own greatest tyrant. There are no tortures so exquisite as those we provide for ourselves. While therefore we reprove the culprit, we commiserate with the unfortunate victim, and esteem that there is none more worthy of sympathy, conditioned, of course, on a state of mind and soul on his part that seeks relief and freedom. Otherwise it were pity wasted. We have done with this infernal category of sin and filth. Yet we would remark right here that for the most part, as far as they are general and common, these excesses are the result of one cause, and that cause is everyday systematic godlessness, such as our public schools are largely responsible for. This system is responsible for a want of vital Christianity, of a lack of faith in religion that penetrates the human fiber and makes God and morality a factor in every deed. Deprived of this, youth has nothing to fall back on when the hour of temptation comes, and when he falls, nothing to keep him from the bottom of the pit. It is impossible to put this argument in detail before the Christian and Catholic parent. If the parent does not see it, it is because that parent is deficient in the most essential quality of a parent. Nothing but the atmosphere of a religious school can save our youth from being victims of that maelstrom of impurity that sweeps the land. And that alone, with the rigid principles of morality there inculcated, can save the parents of tomorrow from the blight and curse of New Englandism. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Hearts. The heart, the seat of the affections, is, after the mind whose authority and direction it is made to obey, man's noblest faculty. But it may, in the event of its contemning reason's dictates, become the source and fountainhead of inordinate lust and an instrument of much moral disaster and ruin. When the intelligence becomes powerless to command and to say what and when and how the affections shall disport themselves, then man becomes a slave to his heart and is led like an ass by the nose hither and thither. And when nature runs thus unrestrained and wild, it makes for the mud-holes of lust wherein to wallow and besot itself. The heart is made to love what is good. Now good is real or apparent. Love is blind and needs reason to discern for it what is good and what is not, reason to direct its affections into their legitimate channels. But the heart may refuse to be thus controlled, swayed by the whisperings of ignorant pride and conceit, or it may be unable to receive the impulse of the reason on account of the unhealthy fumes that arise from the too exuberant animal nature unchastened by self-denial. Then it is that, free to act as it lists, it accepts indiscriminately everything with an appearance of good, in which gets mixed up much of that which appeals to the inferior appetites, and in the end it gets lost. Again, the heart is a power for good or evil. It may be likened to a magazine, holding within its throbbing sides an explosive deposit of untold energy and puissance capable of all things within the range of the human. While it may lift man to the very pinnacle of goodness, it may also sink him to the lowest level of infamy. Only in one case it is spiritualized love, in the other it is carnal. In one case it obeys the spirit, in the other the flesh. In one case its true name is charity, in the other it is animal, sexual instinct, and is only improperly called love. For God is love. Love therefore is pure. That which is not pure is not love. People who trifle with the affections usually come to woe sooner or later, sooner rather than later. Affairs of the heart are always morally malodorous affairs. Frequently there is evil on one side, at least in intention from the heart. The devil's game is to play on the chaste attachment, and in an unguarded moment to swing it around to his point. If the victim does not balk at the first shock and surprise, the game is won. For long experience has made him confident of being able to make the counterfeit look like the real, and it requires, as a general rule, little argument to make us look at our faults in their best light. Many a pure love has degenerated, and many a virtue fallen. Why? Because people forget who and what they are, forget they are human, forget they are creatures of flesh and blood, predisposed to sin, saturated with concupiscence, and naturally frail as a reed against the seductions of the wily one. They forget this, and act as though theirs were art angelic, instead of a human nature. They imagine themselves proof against that which counts such victims as David and Solomon, which would cause the fall of a father of the desert, or even of an angel from heaven, encumbered with the burden we carry, if he despised the claims of ordinary common sense. And this forgetfulness on their part, let it be remembered, is wholly voluntary and culpable, at least in its cause. They may not have been attentive at the precise moment that the flames of passion reached the mine of their affections, but they were well aware that things would come inevitably to such a pass. And when the mine went up, as it was natural, what wonder if disaster followed? Who is to blame but themselves? People do not play with matches around a powder magazine, and if they do, very little consolation comes with the knowledge of their folly when they are being picked up in sections from out of the ruins. Of course there are easier victims than these, such as would not recognize true intersexual love if they saw it through a magnifying glass. Everything of the nature of a fancy or whim, of a sensation or emotion with them is love. Love-sick maidens are usually soft-brained, and their languorous swains lascivious. The latter pose as killers. The former wear their heart on their sleeve, and are convinced that every second man they meet who treats them gallantly is smitten with their charms and is passionately in love with them. Some go in for excitement and novelty, to break the monotony of virtuous restraint. They are anxious for a little adventure and romance. A good thing, too, to have these exploits to narrate to their friends. But they do not tell all to their friends. They would be ashamed to. If said friends are wise, they can supply the deficiencies. And when it is all over, it is the same old story of the man that did not know the gun was loaded. They, therefore, who would remain pure must of all necessity keep custody over their heart's affections, make right reason and faith their guide, and make the will force obedience thereto. If wrong attachments are formed, then there is nothing to do but to eradicate them, to cut, tear, and crush. They must be destroyed at any cost. A penny weight of prudence might have prevented the evil. It will now take mortification in large and repeated doses to undo it. And this alone is their salvation. End of chapter 79.
Chapter 80 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 80. Occasions. Occasions of sin are persons, places, or things that may easily lead us into sin. This definition of the Little Catechism is simple and clear and requires no comment. It is not necessary that said places or things or even said persons be evil in themselves. It is sufficient that contact with or proximity to them induce one to commit an evil. It may happen, and sometimes does, that a person without an evil design whatever becomes an occasion of sin for another. The blame, therefore, does not necessarily lie with objects, but rather with the subject. Occasions are of two kinds, the remote or far, and the proximate or near. They differ in the degree of facility with which they furnish temptation, and in the quality and nature of such temptation. In the former, the danger of falling is less. In the latter, it is more probable. In theory, it is impossible to draw the line and say just when an occasion ceases to be proximate and becomes remote. But in the concrete, the thing is easy enough. If I have a well-grounded fear, a fear made prudent by experience, that in this or that conjuncture I shall sin, then it is a near occasion for me. If, however, I can feel with knowledge and conviction that I am strong enough to overcome the inevitable temptation arising from this other conjunction of circumstances, the occasion is only remote. Thus, since danger in moral matters is nearly always relative, what is a remote occasion for one may be a proximate occasion for another. Proneness to evil is not the same in all of us, for we have not all the same temperament and the same virtue. Two individuals may assist at a ball or a dance or a play, the one secure from sin, immune against temptation, the other a manifold victim of his or her folly. The dance or spectacle may not be bad in itself, but it is not bad in fact for one. It is positively evil for the other, and a near occasion of sin. Remote occasions cannot always be avoided. They are so numerous and frequent. Besides, the evil they contain is a purely imaginative and therefore negligible quantity. There may be guilt, however, in seeking such occasions, and without reason exposing ourselves to their possible dangers. Temerity is culpable. He that loves danger shall perish. With the other kind it is different. The simple fact of embracing a proximate occasion of sin is a grievous fault, even in the event of our accidentally not succumbing to the temptation to which we are exposed. There is an evil in such rashness independent of its consequences. He therefore who persists in visiting a place where there is every facility for sinning and where he has frequently sinned, does a deed of crime by going there, and whatever afterwards occurs or does not occur affects that crime not in the least. The same is true of reading certain books, novels, and love stories for people of a certain spiritual complexion. The same is true of company keeping, street walking, familiarity, and loose conversation. Nor can anything different be said of such liberties, consented to or merely tolerated, as embracing and kissing, amorous effusions, and all perilous amusements of this nature. When experience shows these things to be fraught with danger, then they become sinful in themselves, and can be indulged in only in contempt of the law of God, and to our own serious spiritual detriment. But suppose I cannot avoid the occasion of sin, cannot remove it, what then? If it is a clear case of proximate occasion of sin, and all means fail to change it, then the supposition of impossibility is a ridiculous one. It is paramount to asserting that sin and offense of God is sometimes necessary. And to talk thus is to talk nonsense. Sin is a deliberate act of free will. Mention necessity in the same breath, and you will destroy the notion of sin. There can never be an impossibility of avoiding sin. Consequently, there can never be an impossibility of avoiding a near occasion of sin. It may be hard, very difficult, but that is another thing. But, as we have already said, the difficulty is rather within than without us. It arises from a lack of willpower. But hard or easy, these occasions must nevertheless be removed. Let the suffering entailed be what it may, the eye must be plucked out, the arm must be lopped off, to use the Saviour's figurative language, if in no other way the soul can be saved from sin. Better to leave your Father's house, better to give up your very life, than to damn your soul for all eternity. But extremes are rarely called for. Small sacrifices often cost more than great ones. A good dose of ordinary, everyday mortification and penance goes a long way toward producing the necessary effect. An ounce of self-denial will work miracles in a sluggard, cowardly soul. It would be well on occasion to remember this, especially when one in such a state is thinking seriously of going to confession. If he is not prepared to make the required effort, then he had better stay away until such time as he is willing. For if he states his case correctly, he will not receive absolution. If his avowal is not according to fact, his confession is void, perhaps sacrilegious. Have done with sin before you can expect to have your sins forgiven. End of chapter 80. Chapter 81 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 81. Scandal. On only rare occasions do people who follow the bent of their unbridled passions bethink themselves of the double guilt that frequently attaches to their sins. Seemingly satisfied with the evil they have wrought unto their own souls, they choose to ignore the wrong that they may have done unto others as a consequence of their sinful doings. They believe in the principle that every soul is personally responsible for its own damnation, which is true, but they forget that many elements may enter as causes into such a calamity. We are in no wise isolated beings in this world. Our lives may and do affect the lives of others, and influence them sometimes in an extraordinary extent. We shall have each of us to answer one day for results of such influence. There is no man but is, in this sense, his brother's guardian. They are who deny this, like Cain. Yet we know that Jesus Christ spoke clearly his mind in regard to scandal, and the emphasis he lays on his anathemas leaves no room to doubt of his judgment on the subject. Scandal, in fact, is murder, not corporal murder, which is a vengeance-crying abomination, but spiritual murder, heinous over the other in the same measure as the soul's value transcends that of the body. Kill the body, and the soul may live and be saved. Kill the soul, and it is lost eternally. Properly speaking, scandal is any word or deed, evil or even with an appearance of evil, of a nature to furnish an occasion of spiritual downfall, to lead another into sin. It does not even matter whether the results be intended or merely suffered to occur. It does not even matter if no results follow at all. It is sufficient that the stumbling block of scandal be placed in the way of another to his spiritual peril, and designed by nature to make him fall. On him who placed it is the guilt of scandal. The act of scandal consists in making sin easier to commit, as though it were not already easy enough to sin for another. Natural grace, of which we are not totally bereft, raises certain barriers to protect and defend the weak and feeble. Conspicuous among these are ignorance and shame. Evil sometimes offers difficulties, the one's physical, the other's spiritual, such as innate delicacy, sense of dignity, timidity, instinctive repugnance for filth, human respect, dread of consequences, etc. These stand on guard before the soul to repel the first advances of the tempter, which are the most dangerous. The devil seldom unmasks the heavy batteries until the advance posts of the soul are taken. It is the business of scandal to break down these barriers, and for scandal this work is as easy as it is nefarious. For curiosity is a hungering appetite. Virtue is often protected with a very thin veil, and vice can be made to lose its hideousness and assume charms, to untried virtue irresistible. There is nothing doing for his satanic majesty while scandal is in the field. He looks on and smiles. There may be some truth in the Darwinian theory after all, if we judge from the imitative propensities of the species, probably an inherited trait of our common ancestor, the monkey. At any rate, we are often more easily led by example than by conviction. Example leads us against our convictions. Asked why we did this or that, knowing we should not have done it, we answer with simian honesty, because such a one did it, or invited us to do it. We get over a good many old-fashioned notions concerning modesty and purity after listening to the experiences of others. We forget to be ashamed in the presence of the brazen, the unabashed, and the impudent, we feel partially justified in doing what we see done by one to whom we are accustomed to look up. If he acts thus, we say, how can it be so very wrong in me? And if everybody, and everybody sometimes means a very few, if everybody does so, it cannot be so bad as I first imagined. Thus may be seen the workings of scandal in the mind and soul of its victim. Remembering our natural proneness to cardinal indulgence, it is not surprising that the victims of scandal are so many, but this cannot be taken as an apology for the scandal giver, rather the contrary, since the malice of his sin has possibilities so unbounded. Scandal supposes an inducement to commit sin, which is not the case when the receiver is already all disposed to sin and is as bad as the giver. Nor can scandal be said properly to be given when those who receive it are in all probability immune against the evil. Some people say they are scandalized when they are only shocked. If what shocked them has nothing in it to induce them into sinning, then the received scandal is only imaginative, nor has any been given. Then the number of persons scandalized must be considered as an aggravating circumstance. Finally, the guilt of scandal is greater or less according to the helplessness of the victim or intended victim, and to the sacredness for his or her right to immunity from temptation, children being most sacred in this respect. Of course, God is merciful and forgives us our offenses, however great they may be. We may undo a deal of wrong committed by us in this life, and die in the state of grace, even after the most abominable crimes. Theologically, therefore, the idea has little to commend itself, but it must have occurred to more than one. How does one feel in heaven, knowing that there is in hell at that moment one or more through his or her agency? How mysterious is the justice of God to suffer such a state of affairs! And although theoretically possible, how can anyone count on such a contingency in his or her particular case? If the scandalous would reflect seriously on this, they would be less willing to take the chances offered by a possibility of this nature. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 82. Not Good to be Alone. A man may come to discover that the state in which he finds himself placed is not the one for which he was evidently intended by the Maker. We do not all receive the same gifts because our callings are different. Each of us is endowed in accordance and in harmony with the ends of the Creator in making us. Some men should marry, others may not. But the state of celibacy is for the few, and not for the many, those few depending solely on an abundant grace of God. Again, one may become alive to the fact that to remain in an abnormal position means to seriously jeopardize his soul's salvation. Celibacy may, as for many it does, spell out for him clearly and plainly eternal damnation. It is to no purpose here to examine the causes of and reasons for such a condition of affairs. We take the fact as it stands, plain and evident, a stern hard fact that will not be downed, because it is supported by the living proof of habit and conduct. Living and continuing to live a celibate, take him as he is, and as there is every token of his remaining without any reasonable ground for expecting a change, this man is doomed to perdition. His passions have made him their slave. He cannot, it is morally impossible for him to do so, remain continent. Suppose again that the Almighty has created the state of wedlock for just such emergencies, whereby a man may find a remedy for his weaknesses, an outlet for his passions, a regulator of his life here below, and a security against damnation hereafter. And this is precisely the case, for the ends of marriage are not only to perpetuate the species, but also to furnish a remedy for natural concupiscence, and to raise a barrier against the flood of impurity. Now, the case being as stated, need a Catholic, young or a no longer young man, look long or strive hard to find his path of duty already clearly traced? And in making this application, we refer to man, not to woman, for reasons that are obvious. We refer again to those among men whose spiritual sense is not yet wholly dead, who have not entirely lost all respect for virtue in itself, who still claim to have an immortal soul and hope to save it, but who have been caught in the maelstrom of vice, and whose passions and lusts have outgrown in strength the ordinary resisting powers of natural virtue, and religion incomplete and half-hearted. These can appreciate their position. It would be well for them to do so. The faculty for so doing may not always be left with them. The obligation to marry, to increase and multiply, was given to mankind in general, and applies to man as a whole, and not to the individual, that is, in the common and ordinary run of human things. But the circumstances with which we are dealing are outside the normal sphere. They are extraordinary, that is to say, they do not exist in accordance with the plan and order established by God. They constitute a disorder resulting from unlawful indulgence in wild impiety. It may therefore be, and it frequently is the case, that the general obligation to marry particularize itself and fall with its full weight on the individual, this one or that one, according to the circumstances of his life. Then it is that the voice of God's authority reaches the ear of the unit and says to him, in no uncertain accents, "Thou shalt marry." And behind that decree of God stands divine justice to vindicate the divine right. We do not deny but that, absolutely speaking, recourse to this remedy may not be imperiously demanded, but we do claim that the absolute has nothing whatever to do with a question which is one of relative facts. What a supposed man may do in this or that given circumstance does not in the least alter the position of another real live man who will not do this or that thing in a given circumstance. He will not because, morally speaking, he cannot, and he cannot simply because through excesses he has forgotten how. And of other reasons to justify non-compliance with the law, there can be none. It is here a question of saving one's soul. Inconveniences and difficulties and obstacles have no meaning in such a contingency. And, mind you, the effects of profligate celibacy are farther reaching than many of us would suppose at first blush. The culprit bears the odium of it in his soul. But what about the state of those, or rather of her, whoever she may be, known or unknown, whom he in the order of Providence is destined to save from the precariousness of single life? If it is his duty to take a wife, whose salvation as well as his own perhaps depends on the fulfillment of that duty, and if he shirks his duty, shall he not be held responsible for the results in her as well as in himself, since he could and she could not ward off the evil? It has come to such a pass nowadays that celibacy, as a general thing, is a misnomer for profligacy. Making all due allowance for honorable exceptions, the unmarried male who is not well saturated with spirituality and faith is notoriously gallinaceous in his morals. In certain classes he is expected to sow his wild oats before he is out of his teens, and by this is meant that he will begin young to tear into shreds the sixth commandment, so as not to be bothered with it later in life. If he married, he would be safe. Finally, what kind of an existence is it for any human being with power to do otherwise to pass through life a worthless, good-for-nothing non-entity, living for self, shirking the sacred duties of paternity, defrauding nature and God, and sowing corruption where he might be laying the foundation of a race that may never die? There is no one to whom he has done good, and no one owes him a tear when his barren carcass is being given over to food to the worms. He is a rotten link on the chain of life, and the curse of oblivion will vindicate the claims of his unborn generations. Young man, marry now, and be something in the world besides an eyesore of unproductiveness and worthlessness. Do something that will make somebody happy besides yourself. Show that you passed, and leave something behind that will remember you and bless your name. End of chapter 82. Not good to be alone.
Chapter 83 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 83, A Helping Hand. The moralist is usually severe, and the quality of his censure is merciless, when he attempts to treat the unwholesome theme of moral deformity, and all his efforts are mere attempts, for no human language can do full justice to such a theme, or fully express the contempt such excesses deserve. It is just, then, that when he stands in the presence of the moral leper, who blushes not for his degradation, he flay with the whip of scorn and contempt, scourge with anathema, and brand him with every stigma of infamy, in order that the load of opprobrium thus heaped upon his guilty head may at least deter the clean from such defilement. But if guilt is always guilt, the quality of guilt is varied. Just as all virtue is not equally meritorious, so to other sources than personal unworthiness may often be traced moral debility that strives against natural causes, necessary conditions of environment, and an ever-present and ever-active influence for evil. A fall does not always betoken profound degradation, nor a stain, acute perversity of the will. Those, therefore, who wrestle manfully with the effects of regretted lapses or weaknesses, who fight down, sometimes perhaps unsuccessfully, the strong tendencies of a too exuberant animal nature, who strive to neutralize an influence that unduly oppresses them. Against these, guilty though they may have been, is not directed the moralist's unmeasured censure. His reproaches in such cases tend less to condemn than to awake to a sense of moral responsibility. Earnestness in pointing out remedy and safeguards takes the place of severity against willfulness. For he knows that not a few sentences of condemnation Christ writes on the sands, as he did in a celebrated case, and many an overzealous accuser he has confounded, like the villainous Pharisees whom he challenged to show a hand white enough to be worthy to cast the first stone. Evidently such pity and commiseration should not serve to make vice less unlovely, and thus undo the very work it is intended to perform. It should not have the characteristics of certain books and plays that pretend to teach morality by exposing vice in all its seductiveness. Oversensitive and maudlin sympathy is as ridiculous as it is unhealthy. Its tendency is principally to encourage and spoil. But a judicious, discreet, and measured sympathy will lift up the fallen, strengthen the weak, and help the timorous over many a difficulty. It will suggest, too, the means best calculated to ensure freedom from slavery of the passions. The first of these is self-denial, which is the inseparable companion of chastity. When they are not found together, seldom does either exist. And by self-denial is here meant the destruction of that eternal reverence for self that is at the bottom of all uncleanness, that makes all things, however sacred, subservient to one's own pleasures, that considers nothing unlawful but what goes against the grain of natural impulse and natural appetites. There may be other causes, but this self-love is a primary one. Say what you will, but one does not fall from his own level. The moral world is like the physical. If you are raised aloft in disregard for the laws of truth, you are going to come down with a thud. If you imagine all the pleasures of life made for you, and become lawful because your nature craves for them, you are taking a too high estimate of yourself. You are going before a fall. He who takes a correct measure of himself gets his bearings in relation to God, comes to realize his own weak points and several deficiencies, and acknowledges the obligations such a state of affairs places upon him, that one may sin, but he will not go far. He may fall because he is human, because strength sufficient to guard us against the assaults of impurity is not from us, but from God. The spirit of humility, therefore, which makes known to him his own insufficiency, must be fortified with the spirit of faith, which makes him ask for support through prayer. It is faith that makes prayer possible, and living faith, the spirit of faith, that makes us pray aright. This kind of prayer need not express itself in words. It may be a habit, a long drawn-out desire, an habitual longing for help coupled with firm confidence in God's mercy to grant our request. No state of soul, however disordered, can long resist such a power, and no habit of evil but in time will be annihilated by it. The man or woman who undertakes to keep himself or herself pure, or to rise out of a habit of sin without the liberal use of divine supplication, has in hand a very ungrateful task, and he or she will realize it before going far. And unless that prayer is sincere and heartfelt, a prayer full of faith that will not entertain the thought of failure, every effort will be barren of results. You must speak to God as to one near you, and remember that he is near you all the time. Then there are the sacraments to repair every breach and to heal every wound. Penance will cleanse you. Communion will adorn and equip you anew. Confession will give you a better knowledge of yourself every time you go. The food of God will strengthen every fiber of your soul and steel you against the seductions that otherwise would make you a ready victim. Don't go once a year. Go 10, 20 times and more, if necessary. Go until you feel that you own yourself, that you can command and be obeyed. Then you will not have to be told to stop. You will be safe. End of chapter 83.
Chapter 84 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton, Chapter 84, Thou Shalt Not Steal. The seventh commandment is protective of the right of property which is vested in every human being enjoying the use of reason. Property means that which belongs to one, that which is one's own, to have and to hold, or to dispose of at one's pleasure, or to reclaim in the event of actual dispossession. The right of property embraces all things to which may be affixed the seal of ownership, and it holds good until the owner relinquishes his claim, or forfeits or loses his title without offense to justice. This natural faculty to possess excludes every alien right, and supposes in all others the duty and obligation to respect it. The respect that goes as far as not relieving the owner of his goods is not enough. It must safeguard him against all damage and injury to said goods. Otherwise his right is non-existent. All violations of this right come under the general head of stealing. People call it theft when it is effected with secrecy and slyness, robbery when there is a suggestion of force or violence. The swindler is he who appropriates another's goods by methods of gross deception or false pretenses, while the embezzler transfers to himself the funds entrusted to his care. Petty thieving is called pilfering or filching. Stealing on a large scale usually has less dishonorable qualificatives. Boodling and lobbying are called politics. Watering stock, squeezing out legitimate competition, is called financiering. Wholesale confiscation and unjust conquest is called statesmanship. Give it whatever name you like, it is all stealing. Whether the culprit be liberally rewarded or liberally punished, he nevertheless stands amenable to God's justice, which is outraged wherever human justice suffers. Of course, the sin of theft has its degrees of gravity, malice, and guilt. To determine which, that is, to fix exactly the value of stolen goods sufficient to constitute a grievous fault, is not the simplest and easiest of moral problems. The extent of delinquency may be dependent upon various causes and complex conditions. On the one hand, the victim must be considered in himself, and the amount of injury sustained by him. On the other, justice is offended generally in all cases of theft, and because justice is the cornerstone of society, it must be protected at all hazards. It is only by weighing judiciously all these different circumstances that we can come to enunciate an approximate general rule that will serve as a guide in the ordinary contingencies of life. Thus, of two individuals deprived by theft of a same amount of worldly goods, the one may suffer thereby to a much greater extent than the other. He who suffers more is naturally more reluctant to part with his goods, and a greater injustice is done to him than to the other. The sin committed against him is therefore greater than that committed against the other. A rich man may not feel the loss of $1, whereas for another less prosperous the loss of less than that sum might be of the nature of a calamity. To take therefore unjustly from a person what to that person is a notable amount is a grievous sin. It is uniformly agreed that it is a notable loss for a man to be unduly deprived of what constitutes a day's sustenance. This is the minimum of grievous matter concerning theft. But this rule will evidently not hold good applied on a rising scale to more and more extensive fortunes, for a time would come when it would be possible without serious guilt to appropriate good round sums from those abundantly blessed with this world's goods. The disorders necessarily attendant on such a moral rule are only too evident, and it is plain that the law of God cannot countenance abuses of this nature. Justice therefore demands that there be a certain fixed sum beyond which one may not go without incurring serious guilt, and this independent of the fortune of the person who suffers. Theologians have fixed that amount approximately, in this country, at $5. This means that when such a sum is taken, in all cases, the sin is mortal. It is not always necessary, it is seldom necessary, that one should steal this much in order to offend grievously. But when the thief reaches this amount, be his victim ever so wealthy, he is guilty of grave injustice. This rule applies to all cases in which the neighbor is made to suffer unjustly in his lawful possessions, and it affects all wrongdoers whether they steal or destroy another's goods, or cooperate efficaciously in such deeds of sin. It matters not whether the harm be wrought directly or indirectly, since in either case there may be moral fault. And it must be remembered that gross negligence may make one responsible as well as malice aforethought. The following are said to cooperate in crime to the extent of becoming joint partners with the principal agent in guilt: those in whose name the wrong is done, in obedience to their orders or as a result of any other means employed; those who influence the culprit by suggesting motives and reasons for his crime, or by pointing out efficient means of arriving thereat; those who induce others to commit evil by playing on their weaknesses, thereby subjecting them to what is known as moral force; those who harbor the thief and conceal his stolen property against their recovery; those whose silence is equivalent to approbation, permission, or official consent; those finally who before, during, or after the deed, abstain from performing a plain duty in preventing, deterring, or bringing to justice the guilty party. Such persons as the foregoing participate as abettors in crime, and share all the guilt of the actual criminals. Sometimes the former are even more guilty than the latter. The 10th commandment, which forbids us to covet our neighbor's goods, bears the same relation to the 7th as the 9th does to the 6th. It must, however, be borne in mind that all such coveting supposes injustice in desire, that is, in the means by which we desire to obtain what is not ours. To wish for, to long ardently for something that appeals to one's like and fancy is not sinful. The wrong consists in the desire to acquire it unjustly, to steal it, and thereby work damage unto the neighbor. It is a natural weakness in man to be dissatisfied with what he has, and to sigh after what he has not. Very few of us are free from this failing. But so long as our cravings and hankerings are not tainted with injustice, we are innocent of evil. End of Chapter 84. Recording by Brian Keenan. Chapter 85 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton, Chapter 85, Petty Thefts. A question may arise as to petty thefts, venial in themselves, but oft repeated and aggregating in the long run a sum of considerable value. How are we to deal with such cases? Should peculations of this sort be taken singly, and their individual malice determined, without reference to the sum total of injustice caused? Or should no severe judgment be passed until such a time as sufficient matter be accumulated to make the fault grievous? In other words, is there nothing but venial sin in thefts of little values, or is there only one big sin at the end? The difficulty is a practical one. If petty thefts are committed with a view to amass a notable sum, the simple fact of such an intention makes the offense a mortal one. For, as we have already remarked in treating of the human act, our deeds may be, and frequently are, vitiated by the intention we have in performing them. If we do something with evil intent and purpose, our action is evil, whether the deed in itself be indifferent or even good. Here the intention is to cause a grave injustice. The deed is only a petty theft, but it serves as a means to a more serious offense. The act therefore takes its malice from the purpose of the agent, and becomes sinful in a high degree. As to each repeated theft, that depends again on the intention of the culprit. If in the course of his pilferings he no longer adverts to his first purpose, and has no intention in stealing beyond that of helping himself to a little of his neighbor's goods, he is guilty of nothing more than a venial sin. If, however, the initial purpose is present at every act, if at every fresh peculation the intention to accumulate is renewed explicitly or implicitly, then every theft is identical with the first in malice, and the offender commits mortal sin as often as he steals. Thus the state of soul of one who filches after this fashion is not sensibly affected by his arriving at a notable sum of injustice in the aggregate. The malice of his conduct has already been established. It is now completed indeed. A person who thievishly appropriates small sums, but whose pilferings have no moral reference to each other, will find himself a mortal offender the moment his accumulated injustices reach the amount we have qualified as notable, provided he be at that moment aware of the fact, or even if he only have a doubt about the matter. And this is true whether the stolen sums be taken from one or from several persons. Even in the latter case, although no one person suffers serious damage or prejudice, justice, however, is seriously violated, and the intention of the guilty party is really to perpetrate grave injustice. However, such thefts as these which in the end become accumulative must of their nature be successive and joined together by some bond of moral union, otherwise they could never be considered a whole. By this is meant that there must not exist between the different single thefts an interruption or space of time such as to make it impossible to consider reasonably the several deeds as forming one general action. The time generally looked upon as sufficient to prevent a moral union of this kind is 2 months. In the absence, therefore, of a specific intention to arrive at a large amount by successive thefts, it must be said that such thefts as are separated by an intervening space of 2 months can never be accounted as parts of one grave injustice, and a mortal sin can never be committed by one whose venial offenses are of this nature. Of course, if there be an evil purpose, that alone is sufficient to establish a moral union between single acts of theft, however considerable the interval that separates them. Several persons may conspire to purloin each a limited amount. The circumstance of conspiracy, connivance, or collusion makes each cooperator in the deed responsible for the whole damage done, and if the amount thus defrauded be notable, each is guilty of mortal sin. We might here add in favor of children who take small things from their parents, and of wives who sometimes relieve their husbands of small change, that it is natural that a man be less reluctant to being defrauded in small matters by his own than by total strangers. It is only reasonable, therefore, that more latitude be allowed such delinquents when there is question of computing the amount to be considered notable. Perhaps the amount might be doubled in their favor. The same might be said in favor of those whose petty thefts are directed against several victims instead of one, since the injury sustained individually is less. The best plan is to leave what does not belong to one severely alone. In other sins there may be something gained in the long run, but here no such illusion can be entertained, for the spectre of restitution, as we shall see, follows every injustice as a shadow follows its object, and its business is to see that no man profit by his ill-gotten goods. End of Chapter 85. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Chapter 86 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton, Chapter 86. An oft exploited but specious plea. It is not an infrequent occurrence for persons given to the habit of petty thefts and fraud to seek to justify their irregular conduct by a pretense of justice which they call secret compensation. They stand arraigned before the bar of their conscience on the charge of niching small sums, usually from their employers. They have no will to desist. They therefore plead not guilty and have nothing so much at heart as to convince themselves that they act within their rights. They elaborate on a theory of justice after their ideas, or rather according to their own desires. They bolster it up with facts that limp all the way from half-truths to downright falsities, and thus acquit themselves of sin and go their way in peace. A judge is always lenient when he tries his own case. Secret compensation is the taking surreptitiously from another of the equivalent of what is due to one, of what has been taken and is kept against all justice, in order to indemnify oneself for losses sustained. This sort of a thing, in theory at least, has a perfectly plausible look, nor in fact is it contrary to justice when all the necessary conditions are fulfilled to the letter. But the cases in which these conditions are fulfilled are so few and rare that they may hardly be said to exist at all. It is extremely difficult to find such a case, and nearly always when this practice is resorted to, the order of justice is violated. And if common sense in the case of any given individual fail to show him this truth, we here quote for his benefit an authority capable of putting all his doubts at rest. The following proposition was advanced. Domestic servants who adjudge themselves underpaid for services rendered may appropriate to themselves by stealth a compensation. This proposition has received the full weight of papal condemnation. It cannot be denied that it applies to all who engage their services for hire. To maintain the contrary is to revolt against the highest authority in the Church. To practice it is purely and simply to sin. A case is often made out on the grounds that wages are small, work very hard, and the laborer therefore insufficiently remunerated. But to conclude therefrom the right to help oneself to the employer's goods is a strange manner of reasoning, while it opens the door to all manner of injustice. Where is there a man, whatever his labor and pay, who could not come to the same conclusion? Who may not consider himself ill paid? And who is there that really thinks he is not worth more than he gets? There is no limit to the value one may put on one's own services, and he who is justified today in taking $0.25 would be equally justified tomorrow in appropriating the whole concern. And then what becomes of honesty and the right of property? And what security can anyone have against the private judgment of his neighbor? And what about the contract according to the terms of which you are to give your services, and to receive in return a stipulated amount? Was there any clause therein by which you are entitled to change the terms of said contract without consulting the other party interested? You don't think he would mind it. You don't think anything of the kind. You know he will and does mind it. He may be generous, but he is not a fool. But I make up for it. I work overtime, work harder, am more attentive to my work, and thereby save more from my employer than I take. Here you contradict yourself. You are therefore not underpaid, and if you furnish a greater amount of labor than is expected of you, that is your business and your free choice. And the right you have to a compensation for such extra labor is entirely dependent on the free will of your employer. People usually pay for what they call for. Services uncalled for are gratuitous services. To think otherwise betokens a befuddled state of mind. But I am forced to work harder and longer than we agreed. Then it is up to you to remonstrate with your employer, to state the case as it is, and to ask for a raise. If he refuses, then his refusal is your cue to quit and go elsewhere. It means that your services are no longer required. It means, at any rate, that you have to stand the cut or seek to better your condition under other employers. It is hard. Of course it is hard, but no harder than a great many other things we have to put up with. If my neighbor holds unjustly what belongs to me, or if he has failed to repair damages caused, to recover my losses by secret compensation has the same degree of malice and disorder. The law is instituted for just such purposes. You have recourse thereto. You may prosecute and get damages. If the court fails to give you justice, then perhaps there may be occasion to discuss the merits of the secret compensation theory, but you had better get the advice of some competent person before you attempt to put it in practice. Otherwise, you are liable to get into a bigger hole than the one you are trying to get out of. Sometimes the bold assertion is advanced that the employer knows perfectly that he is being systematically robbed and tolerates it. It is incumbent upon this party to prove his assertion in a very simple way. Let him denounce himself to his employer and allow the truth or falsity thereof hang on the result. If he does not lose his job inside of 24 hours after the interview, he may continue his peculations in perfect tranquility of conscience. If he escapes prosecution through the consideration of his former employer, he must take it for granted that the toleration he spoke of was of a very general nature, the natural stand for a man to take who is being robbed and cannot help it. To justify oneself on such a principle is to put a premium on shrewd dishonesty. End of chapter 86.
Chapter 87 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton is Contumely. The eighth commandment concerns itself with the good name of the neighbor. In a general way, it reproves all sins of the tongue, apart from those already condemned by the second and sixth commandments, that is to say, blasphemous and impure speech. It is as a weapon against the neighbor, and an instrument of untruth that the tongue is here considered. By a good name is here intended the esteem in which a person is held by his fellow man. Call it reputation, character, fame, renown, etc. A good name means that the bearer is generally considered above reproach in all matters of honesty, moral integrity, and worth. It does not necessarily imply that such esteem is manifested exteriorly by what is technically known as honored, the natural concomitant of a good name. It simply stands for the knowledge entertained by others of our respectability and our title to honor. A good name is therefore one thing, honor is another. And honor consists precisely in that manifestation on the part of our fellows of the esteem and respect in which they hold us, the fruit of our good name, the homage rendered to virtue, dignity, and merit. As it may therefore be easily seen, these two things, a good name and honor, differ as much as a sign differs from the thing signified. The eighth commandment protects every man's honor. It condemns contumely, which is an attack upon that honor. Contumely is a sign of contempt which shows itself by attempting to impair the honor one duly receives. It either strives to prevent that honor being paid to the good name that naturally deserves it, or it tries to nullify it by offering just the contrary, which is contumely, more commonly called affront, outrage, insult. Now, contumely, as you will remark, does not seek primarily to deprive one of a good name, which it nearly always succeeds in doing, and this is called detraction. But its object is to prevent your good name from getting its desert of respect, your character supposedly remaining intact. The insult offered is intended to effect this purpose. Again, all contumely presupposes the presence of the party affronted. The affront is thrown in one's face, and therein consists the shocking indecency of the thing and its specific malice. It must be remembered that anger, hatred, the spirit of vengeance, or any other passion does not excuse one from the guilt of contumely. On the other hand, one's culpability is not lessened by the accidental fact of one's intended insults going wide of the mark, and bearing no fruit of dishonor to the person assailed. To the malice of contumely may and is often added that of defamation. If, apart from the dishonor received, one's character is besmirched in the bargain. Contumely against parents offends at the same time filial piety. Against God and his saints it is sacrilegious. If provoked by the practice of religion and virtue, it is impious. If perpetrated in deed, it may offend justice properly so called. If it occasion sin in others, it is scandalous. If it drive the victim to excesses of any kind, the guilt, therefore, is shared by the contumelious agent. Sometimes insult is offered gratuitously, as in the case of the weak, the old, the cripple, and other unfortunates who deserve pity rather than mockery. The quality of contumely of this sort is brutal and fiendish. Others will say for justification, "But he said the same, he did the same to me. Can I not defend myself?" That depends on the sort of defense you resort to. All weapons of defense are not lawful. If a man uses evil means to wrong you, there is no justification in Christian ethics for you to employ the same means in order to get square, or even to shelter yourself from his abuse. The eye-for-eye principle is not recognized among civilized and Christian peoples. This gross violation of personal respect may be perpetrated in many ways. Any expression of contempt, offered to your face or directed against you through a representative, is contumely. The usual way to do this is to fling vile epithets, to call opprobrious names, to make shameful charges. It is not always necessary that such names and epithets be inapplicable or such charges false, if, notwithstanding, the person in question has not therefore forfeited his right to respect. In certain circumstances, the epithet fool may hold all the opprobriousness of contumely. Thief and drunkard and others of a fouler nature may be thus malicious for a better reason. An accusation of immorality in oneself or in one's parents is contumelious in a high degree. Our mothers are a favorite target for the shafts of contumely that through them reach us. Abuse is not the only vehicle of contumely. Scorn, wanton ridicule, indecent mockery, and caricature that cover the unfortunate victim with shame and confusion serve the purpose as well. To strike one, to spit on one, and the other ignoble attacks and assaults belong to the same category of crime. The malice of contumely is not, of course, equal in all cases. Circumstances have a great deal to do in determining the gravity of each offense. The more conspicuous a person is in dignity and the more worthy of respect, the more serious the affront offered him, and still more grave the offense, if through him many others are attainted. If again no dishonor is intended, and no offense taken, or could reasonably be taken, there is no sin at all. There may be people very low on the scale of respectability as the world judges respectability, but it can never be said of a man or woman that he or she cannot be dishonored, that he or she is beneath contempt. Human nature never forfeits all respect. It always has some redeeming feature to commend it. End of chapter 87.
Chapter 88 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 88. Defamation. Defamation differs from contumely, in that the one supposes the absence, the other the presence, of the person vilified, and again in that the former asperses the reputation of the victim, while the latter attacks the honor due or paid to said reputation. A good name is, after the grace of God, man's most precious possession. Wealth is mere trash compared with it. You may find people who think otherwise, but the universal sentiment of mankind stigmatizes such baseness and buries it under the weight of its opprobrium. Nor is it impossible that honor be paid where a good character no longer exists. But this is accidental. In the nature of things, reputation is the basis of all honor. If you destroy character, you destroy at the same time its fruit, which is honor. Thus will be seen the double malice of defamation. To defame, therefore, is to lessen or to annul the estimation in which a person is held by his fellow men. This crime may be perpetrated in two different manners: by making known his secret faults, and this is simple detraction, and by ascribing to him faults of which he is innocent, and this is calumny or slander. Thus it appears that a man's character may suffer from truth as well as from falsehood. Truth is an adorable thing, but it has its time and place. The fact of its being truth does not prevent it from being harmful. On the other hand, a lie which is evil in itself becomes abominable when used to malign a fellow man. There is one mitigating and two aggravating forms of defamation. Gossip is small talk, idle and sufficiently discolored to make its subject appear in an unfavorable light. It takes a morbid pleasure in speaking of the known and public faults of another. It picks at little things, and furnishes a steady occupation for people who have more time to mind other people's business than their own. It bespeaks smallness in intellectual make-up and general pusillanimity. That is about all the harm there is in it, and that is enough. Libel supposes a wide diffusion of defamatory matter, written or spoken. Its malice is great because of its power for evil and harm. Tale-bearing or backbiting is what the name implies. Its object is principally to spread discord, to cause enmity, to break up friendships. It may have an ulterior purpose, and these are the means it employs. No limit can be set to its capacity for evil. Its malice is especially infernal. It is not necessary that what we do or say of a defamatory nature result, as a matter of fact, in bringing one's name into disfavor or disrepute. It is sufficient that it be of such a nature and have such a tendency. If by accident the venomous shaft spend itself before attaining the intended mark, no credit is due therefore to him who shot it. His guilt remains what it was when he sped it on its way. Nor is there justification in the plea that no harm was meant, that the deed was done in a moment of anger, jealousy, etc., that it was the result of loquacity, indulged in for the simple pleasure of talking. These are excuses that excuse not. There are those who, speaking in disparagement of the neighbor, speak to the point, directly and plainly. Others, no less guilty, do it in a covert manner, have recourse to subterfuge and insinuation. They exaggerate faults and make them appear more odious. They put an evil interpretation on the deed or intention. They keep back facts that would improve the situation. They remain silent when silence is condemnatory. They praise with a malignant praise. A mean sarcastic smile or a significant reticence often does the work better than many words and phrases. And all this, as we have said, independently of the truth or falsehood of the impression conveyed. Listeners share the guilt of the defamers on the principle that the receiver is as bad as the thief. This supposes, of course, that you listen, not merely hear, that you enjoy this sort of a thing, and are willing and ready to receive the impression derogatory to the neighbor's esteem and good name. Of course, if mere curiosity makes us listen, and our pleasure and amusement are less at the expense of the neighbor's good name than excited by the style of the narrator or the singularity of the facts alleged, the fault is less. But fault there nevertheless is, since such an attitude serves to encourage the traducer and helps him drive his points home. Many sin who could and should prevent excesses of this kind, but refrain from doing so. Their sin is greater if, by reason of their position, they are under greater obligations of correction. Although reputation is a priceless boon to all men, there are cases wherein it has an especial value on account of the peculiar circumstances of a man's position. It not infrequently happens that the whole success of a man's life depends on his good name. Men in public life, in the professions, religious and others similarly placed, suffer from defamation far more than those in the ordinary walks of life, and naturally those who injure them are guilty of more grievous wrong. And it goes without saying that a man can stand any moral aspersion better than a woman. In all cases the malice is measured by the injury done or intended. End of chapter 88. Defamation. Chapter 89 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 89. Detraction. To absolve oneself of the sin of detraction on the ground that nothing but the truth was spoken is, as we have seen, one way of getting around a difficulty that is no way at all. Some excuses are better than none, others are not. It is precisely the truth of such talk that makes it detraction. If it were not true, it would not be detraction but calumny, another and a very different fault. It would be well for such people to reflect for a moment and ask themselves if their own character would stand the strain of having their secret sins and failings subjected to public criticism and censure, their private shortcomings heralded from every housetop. Would they or would they not consider themselves injured by such revelations? Then it would be in order for them to use the same rule and measure in dealing with others. He who does moral evil offends in the sight of God, and forfeits God's esteem and friendship. But it does not follow that he should also forfeit the esteem of his fellow men. The latter evil is nothing compared with the first, but it is a great misfortune nevertheless. If a man's private iniquity is something that concerns himself and his God, to the exclusion of all others, then whosoever presumes to judge and condemn him trespasses on forbidden ground, and is open to judgment and condemnation himself before his Maker. All do not live in stone mansions who throw stones. If there is a mote in the neighbor's eye, perhaps there is a very large piece of timber in your own. Great zeal in belaboring the neighbor for his faults will not lessen your own, nor make you appear an angel of light before God when you are something very different. If you employed the same zeal toward yourself, you would obtain more consoling results, for charity begins at home. One learns more examining one's own conscience than dissecting and flaying others alive. It may be objected that since detraction deals with secret sins, if the facts related are of public notoriety, there is no wrong in speaking of them, for you cannot vilify one who is already vilified. This is true, and then again it depends. First, these faults must be of public notoriety. A judicial sentence may make them such, but the fact that some, many, or a great many know and speak of them will not do it. The public is everybody, or nearly everybody. Do not take your friends for the public when they are only a fraction thereof. If you do, you will find out oftener than it is pleasant that your sins of detraction are sins of slander. For rumors are very frequently based on nothing more substantial than lies or distorted and exaggerated facts set afloat by a calumniator. Even when a person has justly forfeited, and publicly, the consideration of his fellow men, and it is not, therefore, injurious to his character to speak of his evil ways, justice may not be offended, but charity may be, and grievously. It is a sin, an uncharity, to harp on one's faults in a spirit of spite, or with the cruel desire to maintain his dishonor, to leave no stone unturned in order to thoroughly blacken his name. In doing this you sin against charity, because you do something you would not wish to have done unto you. Justice itself would be violated if, even in the event of the facts related being notorious, you speak of them to people who ignore them and are not likely ever to come to a knowledge of them. If you add, after telling all you know about a poor devil, that he did penance and repaired his sin, you must not imagine that such atonement will rehabilitate him in the minds of all. Men are more severe and unforgiving than God. Grace may be recovered, but reputation is a thing which, once lost, is usually lost for good. Something of the infamy sticks. Tears and good works will not, cannot, wash it away. He therefore who banks too much on human magnanimity is apt to err, and his erring constitutes a fault. But I confided the secret to but one person, and that one a dear friend who promised to keep it. Yes, but the injured party has a right to the estimation of that one person, and his injury consists precisely in being deprived of it. Besides, you accuse yourself openly. Either what you said was void of all harm, or it was not. In the one case, why impose silence? In the other, why not begin yourself by observing the silence you impose upon others? Your friend will do what you did, and the ball you set rolling will not stop until there is nothing left of your victim's character. Of course, there are times when to speak of another's faults is derogatory neither to justice nor to charity. Both may demand that the evil be revealed. A man to defend himself may expose his accuser's crookedness. In court his lawyer may do it for him. For here again charity begins at home. In the interests of the delinquent, to effect his correction, one may reveal his shortcomings to those who have authority to correct. And it is even admitted that a person in trouble of any kind may, without sin, for the purpose of obtaining advice or consolation, speak to a judicious friend of another's evil ways. Zeal for the public good may not only excuse, but even require that the true character of a bad man be shown up and publicly censured. Its object is to prevent or undo evil, to protect the innocent. It is intended to destroy an evil influence, and to make hypocrisy fly under his own colors. Immoral writers, living or dead, corrupt politicians and demagogues, unconscionable wretches who prey on public ignorance, may and should be made known to the people. To shield them is to share their guilt. This should not be done in a spirit of vengeance, but for the sole purpose of guarding the unwary against vultures who know no law, and who thrive on the simplicity of their hearers. End of chapter 89. Detraction. Chapter 90 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 90. Calumny. To the malice of detraction, calumny adds that of falsehood. It is a lie, which is bad. It is a report prejudicial to the character of another, which is worse. It is both combined, out of which combination springs a third malice, which is abominable. All the more so since there can exist no excuse or reason in the light of which this sin may appear as a human weakness. Because slander is the fruit of deliberate criminal spite, jealousy, and revenge, it has a character of diabolism. The calumniator is not only a moral assassin, but he is the most accomplished type of the coward known to man. If the devil loves a cheerful liar, he has one here to satisfy his affections. This crime is one that can never be tolerated, no matter what the circumstances. It can never be justified on any grounds whatsoever. It is intrinsically evil, a sin of injustice that admits no mitigation. When slander is sworn to before the courts, it acquires a fourth malice, that of irreligion, and is called false testimony. It is not alone perjury, for perjury does not necessarily attack the neighbor's good name. It is perjured calumny, a crime that deserves all the reprobation it receives in this world, and in the next. To lie outright, deliberately and with malice aforethought, in traducing a fellow man, is slander in its direct form. but such conditions are not required to constitute a real fault of calumny. It is not necessary to be certain that what you allege against your neighbor be false. It is sufficient that you be uncertain if it be true. An unsubstantiated charge or accusation, a mere rumor given out as worthy of belief, a suspicion or doubt clothed so as to appear a certainty, these contain all the malice and all the elements of slander clearly characterized. Charity, justice, and truth alike are violated. Guilt is there in unquestioned evidence. Whatever subterfuge, equivocation, or other crooked proceeding be resorted to, if mendacity in any form is a feature of the aspersions we cast upon the neighbor, we sin by calumny, purely and simply. Some excuse themselves on the plea that what they say they give out for what it is worth. They heard it from others, and take no responsibility as to its truth or falsehood. But here we must consider the credulity of the hearers. Will they believe it, whether you do or not? Are they likely to receive it as truth, either because they are looking for just such reports, or because they know no better? And whether they believe it or not, will they, on your authority, have sufficient reason for giving credence to your words? May it not happen that the very fact of your mentioning what you did is a sufficient mark of credibility for others, and by so doing you contribute to their knowledge of what is false, or what is not proven true, concerning the reputation of a neighbor? For it must be remembered that all imprudence is not guiltless, all thoughtlessness is not innocent of wrong. It is easy to calumniate a person by qualifying him in an offhand way as a thief, a blackleg, a fast liver, etc. It is easy by adding an invented detail to a statement to give it an altogether different color and turn truth into falsehood. But the easiest way is to interpret a man's intentions according to a dislike, and by stringing in such fancies with a lot of facts, pass them on, unsuspecting credulity that takes all or none. If you do not think well of another, and the occasion demand it, speak it out, but make it known that it is your individual judgment, and give your reasons for thus opining. The desperate character of calumny is that, while it must be repaired, as we shall see later, the thing is difficult, often impossible. Frequently the reparation increases the evil instead of diminishing it. The slogan of unrighteousness is, "Calumniate, calumniate, some of it will stick." He who slanders, lies. He who lies once may lie again. A liar is never worthy of belief, whether he tells the truth or not, for there is no knowing when he is telling the truth. One has the right to disbelieve the calumniator when he does wrong or when he tries to undo it. And human nature is so constructed that it prefers to believe in the first instance and to disbelieve in the second. You may slander a community, a class, as well as an individual. It is not necessary to charge all with crime. It is sufficient so to manipulate your words that suspicion may fall on any one of said class or community. If the charge be particularly heinous, or if the body of men be such that all its usefulness depends on its reputation, as is the case especially with religious bodies, the malice of such slander acquires a dignity far above the ordinary. The Church of God has suffered more in the long centuries of her existence from the tongue of slander than from sword and flame and chains combined. In the mind of her enemies, any weapon is lawful with which to smite her. And the climax of infamy is reached when they affirm, to justify their dishonesty, that they turn Rome's weapons against her. There is only one answer to this, and that is the silence of contempt. Slander and dollars are the wheels on which moves the propaganda that would substitute gospel Christianity for the superstitions of Rome. It is slander that vilifies in convention and synod the friars who did more for pure Christianity in the Philippines in 100 years than the whole nest of their revilers will do in 10,000. It is slander that holds up to public ridicule the congregations that suffer persecution and exile in France in the name of liberty, fraternity, etc. It is slander that the long-tailed missionary with the sanctimonious face brings back from the countries of the South with which to regale the minds of those who furnish the Bibles and shekels. And who will measure the slander that grows out of the dunghill of Protestant ignorance of what Catholics really believe? End of chapter 90. Calumny. Chapter 91 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 91. Rash Judgement. The 8th commandment is based on the natural right every fellow man has to our good opinion, unless he forfeits it justly and publicly. It forbids all injury to his reputation, first in the estimation of others, which is done by calumny and detraction, secondly in our own estimation, and this is done by rash judgment, by hastily and without sufficient grounds thinking evil of him, forming a bad opinion of him. He may be, as he has a right to be, anxious to stand well in our esteem, as well as in the esteem of others. A judgment, rash or otherwise, is not a doubt, neither is it a suspicion. Everybody knows what a doubt is. When I doubt if another is doing or has done wrong, the idea of his or her guilt simply enters my mind, occurs to me, and I turn it over and around, from one side to another, without being satisfied to accept or reject it. I do not say, yes, it is true, neither do I say, no, it is not true. I say nothing. I pass no judgment. I suspend for the moment all judgment. I doubt. A doubt is not evil unless there be absolutely no reason for doubting, and then the doubt is born of passion and malice. And the evil, whatever there is of it, is not in the doubt's entering our mind, something beyond our control, but in our entertaining the doubt, in our making the doubt personal, which supposes an act of the will. Stronger than doubt is suspicion. When I suspect one, I do not keep the balance perfectly even between yes and no, as in the case of doubt. I lean mentally to one side, but do not go so far as to assent one way or the other. Having before me a person who excites my suspicion, I am inclined to think him guilty on certain evidence, but I fear to judge lest I should be in error, because there is evidence also of innocence. If my suspicion is based on good grounds, it is natural and lawful. Otherwise it is rash and sinful. It is uncharitable and unjust to the person suspected. A suspicion often hurts more than an accusation. Doubt and suspicion, when rash, are sinful. But the malice thereof is not grave, unless they are so utterly unfounded as to betoken deep-seated antipathy and aversion and a perverse will, or unless in peculiar circumstances the position of the person is such as to make the suspicion gravely injurious and not easily condoned. There is guilt in keeping that suspicion to oneself. To give it out in words is calumny, whether it be true or not, simply because it is unfounded. In a judgment there is neither doubt nor suspicion. I make my own the idea presented to my mind. The balance of assent, in which is weighted the evidence for and against, is not kept even, nor is it partially inclined. It goes down with its full weight, and the party under consideration stands convicted before the tribunal of my judgment. I do not say, I wonder if he is guilty, nor he most likely is guilty, but he is guilty. Here is a deliberate judgment. Henceforth my esteem ceases for such a person. Translated in words, such a judgment is not calumny, because it is supposedly founded in reason, but it is detraction, because it is injurious. Such a judgment, without any exterior expression, is sinful if it is rash. And what makes it rash? The insufficiency of motive on which it is based. And whence comes the knowledge of such sufficiency or insufficiency of motive? From the intelligence, but mostly from the conscience. That is why many unintelligent people judge rashly and sin not, because they know no better. but conscience nearly always supplies intelligence in such matters, and ignorance does not always save us from guilt. An instinct, the wee voice of God in the soul, tells us to withhold our judgment even when the intelligence fails to weigh the motives aright. To contemn this voice is to sin and be guilty of rash judgment. In the language of ordinary folks, not always precise and exact in their terms, an opinion is frequently a judgment. To think this or that of another is often to judge him accordingly. The suspicions of suspicious people are at times more than suspicions and are clearly characterized judgments. To render a verdict on the neighbor's character is a judgment, by whatever other name it is called. All that is necessary is to come to a definite conclusion and to give the assent of the will to that conclusion. When the conduct of the neighbor is plainly open to interpretation, if we may not judge immediately against him, neither are we bound to give him the benefit of the doubt. We may simply suspend all judgment and await further evidence. In our exterior dealings, this suspicion should not affect our conduct, for every man has a right to be treated as an honest man, and does not forfeit that right on the ground of a mere probability. This, however, does not prevent us from taking a cue from our suspicion and acting guardedly towards him. This does not mean that we adjudge him dishonest, but that we deem him capable of being dishonest, which is true and in accordance with the laws of prudence. Neither are we bound to overlook all evidence that points to a man's guilt through fear of judging him unfavorably. It is not wrong to judge a man according to his merits, to have a right opinion of him, even when that opinion is not to his credit. All that is necessary is that we have good reason on which to base that opinion. If a neighbor does evil in our presence or to our knowledge, he forfeits, and justly, our good opinion. He is to blame, and not we. We are not obliged to close our eyes to the truth of facts, and it is on facts that our judgments are formed. End of chapter 91. Rash Judgement. Chapter 92 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 92. Mendacity. To lie is to utter an untruth, with full knowledge that it is an untruth. The untruth may be expressed by any conventional sign, by word, deed, gesture, or even by silence. Its malice and disorder consists in the opposition that exists between our idea and the expression we give to it. Our words convey a meaning contrary to what is in our mind. We say one thing and mean another. If we unwittingly utter what is contrary to fact, that is error. If we so clumsily translate our thoughts as to give a false impression of what we mean, and we do the best we can, that is a blunder. If in a moment of listlessness and inattention we speak in a manner that conflicts with our state of mind, that is temporary mental aberration. But if we knowingly give out as truth what we know is not the truth, we lie purely and simply. In misrepresentations of this kind, it is not required that there be a plainly formulated purpose of deceiving another, an implicit intention, a disposition to allow our words to run their natural course, is sufficient to give such utterances a character of mendacity, for, independently of our mental attitude, it is in the nature of a lie to deceive. An intention, or rather a pretense to the contrary, does not affect that nature. The fact of lying presupposes that we intend in some manner to practice deception. If we did not have such a purpose, we would not resort to lying. If you stick a knife into a man, you may pretend what you like, but you did certainly intend to hurt him and make him feel badly. Nor has any ulterior motive we may have in telling an untruth the power to change its nature. A lie is a lie, no matter what prompted it, whether it serves the purpose of amusement, as a jocose lie, or helps to gain us an advantage or get us out of trouble, as an officious lie. or injures another in any way, as a pernicious lie. Mendacity is the character of our utterances. The guilt of willful falsehood is on our soul. A restriction should, however, be made in favor of the jocose lie. It ceases to be a lie when the mind of the speaker is open to all who listen, and his narration or statement may be likened to those fables and myths and fairy tales, in which is exemplified the charm of figurative language. When a person says what is false and is convinced that all who hear him know it is false, the contradiction between his mind and its expression is said to be material and not formal, and in this the essence of a lie does not consist. A lie is always a sin. It is what is called an intrinsic evil and is therefore always wrong. And why is this? Because speech was given us to express our thoughts. To use this faculty, therefore, for a contrary purpose is against its nature, against a law of our being. And this is evil. The obnoxious consequences of falsehood, as it is patent to all, constitute an evil for which falsehood is responsible. But deception, one of those consequences, is not in itself and essentially a moral fault. Deception, if not practiced by lying and therefore not intended but simply suffered to occur, and if there be grave reason for resorting to this means of defense, cannot be put down as a thing offensive to God or unjustly prejudicial to the neighbor. But when deception is the effect of mendacity, it assumes a character of malice that deserves the reprobation of man, as it is condemned by God. And this is another reason why lying is essentially an evil thing, and can never, under any circumstances, be allowed or justified. This does not mean that lying is always a mortal sin. In fact, it is oftener venial than mortal. It becomes a serious fault only in the event of another malice being added to it. Thus, if I lie to one who has a right to know the truth, and for grave reasons, if the mendacious information I impart is of a nature to mislead one into injury or loss, and this thing I do maliciously, or if my lying is directly disparaging to another, in these cases there is grave malice and serious guilt. But if there is no injustice resulting from a lie, I prevaricate against right in lying, but my sin is not a serious offense. This is a vice that certainly deserves to be fought against and punished always and in all places, especially in the young, who are so prone thereto. First, because it is a sin, and again, because of the social evils that it gives rise to. There is no gainsaying the fact that in the code of purely human morals, lying is considered a very heinous offense that ostracizes a man when robbery on a large scale, adultery, and other first-degree misdemeanors leave him perfectly honorable. This recalls an instance of a recent courtroom. A young miscreant thoroughly imbued with Pharisaic morals met with a bold face, without a blush or a flinch, accusations of misconduct, robbery, and murder. But when charged with being a liar, he sprang at his accuser in open court and tried to throttle him. His fine indignation got the best of him. He could not stand that. Among pious-minded people, two extreme errors are not infrequently met with. The one is that a lie is not wrong unless the neighbor suffers thereby. The falsity of this we have already shown. According to the other, a lie is such an evil that it should not be tolerated. Not one lie, even if all the souls in hell were thereby to be liberated. To this we answer that we would like to get such a chance once. We fear we would tell a whopper. It would be wicked, of course, but we might expect leniency from the just judge, under the circumstances. End of chapter 92. Mendacity.
Chapter 93 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 93. Concealing the Truth. The duty always to tell the truth does not imply the obligation always to tell all you know. And falsehood does not always follow as a result of not revealing your mind to the first inquisitive person that chooses to put embarrassing questions. Alongside, but not contrary to, the duty of veracity is the right every man has to personal and professional secrets, for a man's mind is not public property. There may arise at times circumstances in which he not only may, but is duty-bound to withhold information that concerns himself intimately or touches a third person, and there must be a means to protect the sacredness of such secrets against undue curiosity and inquisitiveness, without recourse to the unlawful method of lying. Silence is not an effective resource, for it not infrequently gives consent one or the other way. The question may be put in such a manner that affirmation or negation will betray the truth. To what then shall one have recourse? Let us remark in the first place that God has endowed human intelligence with a native wit, sharpness, and cunning that has its legitimate uses. The exercise of this faculty is evil only when its methods and ends are evil. Used along the lines of moral rectitude, strategy, and tact for profiting by circumstances are perfectly in order, especially when one acts in the defense of his natural rights. And if this talent is employed without injustice to the neighbor or violence to the law of God, it is no more immoral than the plain telling of truth. In fact, it is sometimes better than telling the truth, but it must be understood that such practices must be justified by the circumstances. They suppose in him who resorts thereto a right to withhold information that overrides the right of his interrogator. If the right of the latter to know is superior, then the hiding of truth would constitute an injustice, which is sinful, and this is considered tantamount to lying. And if the means to which we resort is not lying, as we have defined it, that is, does not show a contradiction between what we say and what we mean, then there can be no fear of evil on any side. Now, suppose that instead of using a term whose signification is contrary to what my mind conceives, which would be falsehood, I employ a word that has a natural double meaning, one of which conforms to my mind, the other at variance. In the first place, I do not speak against my mind. I say what I think. The word I use means what I mean. But the other fellow, that is another matter. He may take his choice of the two meanings. If he guesses aright, my artifice has failed. If he is deceived, that is his loss. I do him no injustice, for he had no right to question me. If my answer embarrasses him, that is just what I intended, and I am guilty of no evil for that. If it deceives him, that I did not intend, but willingly suffer. I am not obliged to enter into explanations, when I am not even bound to answer him. Of the deception he alone is the cause. I am the occasion, if you will, but the circumstances of his inquisitiveness made that occasion necessary, and I am not responsible. This artifice is called equivocation or amphibology. It consists in the use of words that have a natural double meaning. It supposes in him who resorts to it the right to conceal the truth, a right superior to that of the tormentor who questions him. When these conditions are fulfilled, recourse to this method is perfectly legitimate, but the conditions must be fulfilled. This is not a weapon for convenience, but for necessity. It is easy to deceive oneself when it is painful to tell the truth. Therefore, it should be used sparingly. It is not for everyday use. Only emergencies of a serious nature can justify its employ. Another artifice, still more delicate and dangerous, but just as legitimate when certain conditions are fulfilled, is what is known as mental restriction. This, too, consists in the employ of words of double meaning. But whereas in the former case both meanings are naturally contained in the word, here the term employed has but one natural signification, the other being furnished by circumstances. Its legitimate use supposes that he to whom the term is directed should either in fact know the circumstances of the case that have this particular significance, or that he could and should know them. If the information drawn from the answer received is insufficient, so much the better. If he is misinformed, the fault is his own, since neither genuine falsehood nor evident injustice can be attributed to the other. An example will illustrate this better than anything else. Take a physician or lawyer, the custodian of a professional secret, or a priest with knowledge safeguarded by the seal of the confessional. These men either may not or should not reveal to others, unconcerned in the matter, the knowledge they possess. There is no one but should be aware of this, but should know that when they are questioned they will answer as laymen and not as professionals. They will answer according to the outside information, yes or no, whether or not such conclusion agree with the facts they obtained under promise of secrecy. They simply put out of their mind as unserviceable all professional knowledge and respond as a man to a man. Their standing as professional men puts every questioner on his guard, and admonishes him that no private information need be expected, that he must take the answer given as the conclusion of outside evidence. Then, if he is deceived, he has no one to blame but himself, since he was warned and took no heed of the warning. Again we repeat, the margin between mental restriction and falsehood is a safe but narrow one. The least bungling may merge one into the other. It requires tact and judgment to know when it is permissible to have recourse to this artifice, and how to practice it safely. It is not a thing to be trifled with. In only rare circumstances can it be employed, and only few persons have the right to employ it. End of chapter 93. Chapter 94 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 94. Restitution. A peculiar feature attaches to the sins we have recently treated against the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th commandments. These offenses differ from others in that they involve an injury, an injustice to our fellow man. Now, the condition of pardon for sin is contrition. This contrition contains essentially a firm purpose that looks to the future and removes in a measure the liability to fall again. But with the sins here in question, that firm purpose not only looks forward but backward as well, not only guarantees against future ill-doing, but also repairs the wrong criminally effected in the past. This is called restitution, the undoing of wrong suffered by our neighbor through our own fault. The firm purpose to make restitution is just as essential to contrition as the firm purpose to sin no more. In fact, the former is only a form of the latter. It means that we will not sin any more by prolonging a culpable injustice, and the person who overlooks this feature when he seeks pardon has a moral constitution and makeup that is sadly in need of repairs, and of such persons there are not a few. Justice that has failed to protect a man's right becomes restitution when the deed of wrong is done. Restitution, therefore, that is based on the natural right every man has to have and to hold what is his, to recover it, its value or equivalent, when unduly dispossessed, supposes an act of injustice that is the violation of a strict right. This injustice in turn implies a moral fault, a moral responsibility, direct or indirect, and the fault must be grievous in order to induce a grave obligation. Now it matters not in the least what we do or how we do it, if the neighbors suffer through a fault of ours. If any human creature sustains a loss to life or limb, damage to his or her social or financial standing, and such injury can be traced to a moral delinquency on our part, we are in conscience bound to make good the loss and repair the damage done. To do evil is bad, to perpetuate it is immeasurably worse. To refuse to remove the evil is to refuse to remove one's guilt, and as long as one persists in such a refusal, that one remains under the wrath of God. Restitution concerns itself with things done or left undone, things said or left unsaid. It does not enter the domain of thought. Consequently, just as an accident does not entail the necessity of repairing the injury that another sustains, neither does the deliberate thought or desire to perpetuate an injustice entail such a consequence. Even if a person does all in his power to effect an evil purpose, and fails, he is not held to reparation, for there is nothing to repair. As we have said more than once, the will is the source of all malice in the sight of God, but injustice to man requires material as well as formal malice. Sin must have its complement of exterior deed before it can be called human injustice. We deem it unnecessary to dwell upon the gravity of the obligation to make restitution. The balance of justice must be maintained exact and impartial in this world, or the Almighty will see that it is done in the next. The idea that God does not stand for justice destroys the idea that God exists, and if the precept not to commit injustice leaves the guilty one free to repair or not to repair, that precept is self-contradictory and has no meaning at all. If a right is a right, it is not extinguished by being violated. And if justice is something more than a mere sound, it must protect all rights, whether sinned against or not. It might be convenient for some people to force upon their conscience the lie that restitution is of counsel rather than of precept. under the plea that it is enough to shoulder the responsibility of sin without being burdened with the obligation of repairing it. But it is only a soul well steeped in malice that will take seriously such a contention. Neither is restitution a penance imposed upon us in order to atone for our faults. It is no more penitential in its nature than are the efforts we make to avoid the faults we have fallen into in the past. It atones for nothing. It is simply a desisting from evil. When this is done and forgiveness obtained, then and not till then is it time to think of satisfying for the temporal punishment due to sin. Naturally, it is much more easy to abstain from committing injustice than to repair it after it is done. It is often very difficult and very painful to face the consequences of our evil ways, especially when all satisfaction is gone and nothing remains but the hard exigencies of duty. And duty is a thing that it costs very little to shirk when one is already hardened by a habit of injustice. That is why restitution is so little heard of in the world. It is a fact to be noted that the Catholic Church is the only religious body that dares to enforce strictly the law of reparation. Others vaguely hold it, but rarely teach it, and then only in flagrant cases of fraud. But she allows none of her children to approach the sacraments who has not already repaired, or who does not promise in all sincerity to repair whatever wrong he may have done to the neighbor. Employers of Catholic help sometimes feel the effects of this uncompromising attitude of the Church. They are astonished, edified, and grateful. We recall with pleasure an incident of an apostate going about warning people against the turpitudes of Rome, and especially against the extortion of her priests through the confessional. He explained how the benighted papist was obliged, under pain of eternal damnation, to confess his sins to the priest, and then was charged so much for each fault he had been guilty of. An incredulous listener wanted to know if he, the speaker, while in the toils of Rome, had ever been obliged thus to disgorge in the confessional, and was answered with a triumphant affirmation, at which the wag hinted that it would be a good thing not to be too outspoken in announcing the fact, as his reputation for honesty would be likely to suffer thereby, for he knew, and all Catholics knew, who were those whose purse the confessor pries open. End of chapter 94. Chapter 95 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 95, Undoing the Evil. Whenever a person, through a spirit of police or grossly culpable negligence, becomes responsible for serious bodily injury sustained by another, he is bound, as far as in him lies, to undo the wrong and repair the injustice committed. The law of personal rights that forbade him to lay violent hands on another now commands that the evil be removed by him who placed it. True, physical pain and tortures cannot be repaired in kind. Physical injury and disability are not always susceptible of adequate reparation. But there is the loss incurred as a result of such disability, and this loss may affect not one alone, but many. Death, too, is of course absolutely irreparable, but the killing of the victim in no wise extinguishes the obligation of reparation. The principal object is removed, but there remain the loss of wages, the expenses necessitated by illness and death. There may be a family dependent on the daily toil of the unfortunate, and made destitute by his removal. One must be blind indeed not to see that all these losses are laid at the door of the criminal, a direct result of his crime, foreseen too at least confusedly, since there is a moral fault, and these must be made good as far as the thing is possible, otherwise the sin will not be forgiven. Slander must be retracted. If you have lied about another and thereby done him an injury, you are bound in conscience to correct your false statement, to correct it in such a manner as to undeceive all whom you may have misled. This retraction must really retract, and not do just the contrary, make the last state of things worse than the first, which is sometimes the case. Prudence and tact should suggest means to do this effectively. When, how, and to what extent it should be done, in order that the best results of reparation may be obtained. But in one way or another, justice demands that the slanderer contradict his lying imputations, and remove, by so doing, the stain that besmirches the character of his victim. Of course, if it was by truth and not falsehood, by detraction and not calumny, that you assailed and injured the reputation of another, there is no gainsaying the truth. You are not justified in lying in order to make truth less damaging. The harm done here is well nigh irreparable. But there is such a thing as trying to counteract the influence of evil speech by good words, by mentioning qualities that offset defects, by setting merit against demerit, by attenuating, as far as truth will allow, the circumstances of the case, etc. This will place your victim in the least unfavorable light, and will in some measure repair the evil of detraction. Scandal must be repaired, a mightily difficult task. To reclaim a soul lost to evil through fatal inducements to sin is paramount, almost to raising from the dead. It is hard, desperately hard, to have yourself accepted as an angel of light by those for whom you have long been a demon of iniquity. Good example. Yes, that is about the only argument you have. You are handicapped, but if you wield that argument for good with as much strength and intensity as you did for evil, you will have done all that can be expected of you, and something may come of it. The wrong of bodily contamination is a deep one. It is a wrong, and therefore unjust, when it is effected through undue influence that either annuls consent or wrings it from the victim by cajolery, threat, or false promise. It becomes immeasurably aggravated when the victim is abandoned to bear alone the shame and burdensome consequences of such injustice. Matrimony is the ordinary remedy. The civil law will force it. Conscience may make it an obligation, and does make it, unless in rare cases there be such absolute incompatibility as to make such a contract an ineffective and ridiculous one, an inefficient remedy, or not at all. When such is the case, a pecuniary compensation is the only alternative. A career has been blasted. A future black with despair stares the victim in the face, if she must face it unaided. A burden forced upon her that must be borne for years, entailing considerable expense. The man responsible for such a state of affairs, if he expects pardon for his crime, must shoulder the responsibility in a manner that will repair at least in part the grave injustice under which his victim labors. If both share the guilt, then both must share the burden. If one shirks, the other must assume the whole. The great victim is the child. That child must get a Christian bringing up, or someone will suffer for it. Its faith must be safeguarded. If this cannot be done at home, then it must be placed where this can be done. If it is advantageous for the parent or parents that their offspring be raised in ignorance of its origin, it is far more advantageous for the child itself. Let it be confided to good hands, but let the money necessary for its support be forthcoming, since this is the only way to make reparation for the evil of its birth. I would add a word in regard to the injustice, frequent enough, of too long deferring the fulfillment of marriage promises. For one party especially, this period of waiting is precarious, fraught with danger and dangerous possibilities. Her fidelity makes her sacrifice all other opportunities, and makes her future happiness depend on the fulfillment of the promise given. Charms do not last forever. Attractions fade with the years. If affection cools, she is helpless to stir up the embers without unmentionable sacrifice. There is the peril. The man who is responsible for it is responsible for a good deal. He is committing an injustice. There is danger of his not being willing to repair it, danger that he may not be able to repair it. His line of duty is clear. Unless for reasons of the gravest importance, he cannot in surety of conscience continue in a line of conduct that is repugnant alike to natural reason and common decency, and that smacks of moral make-up that would not bear the scrutiny of close investigation. End of chapter 95. Chapter 96 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 96. Paying Back. A man who has stolen has nothing more urgent and imperative to perform on this side of eternity than the duty of refunding the money or goods unjustly acquired, or the value thereof. He may possibly consider something else more important, but if he does, that man has somehow unlearned the first principles of natural honesty, ignores the fundamental law that governs the universe, and he will have a difficult time convincing the Almighty that this ignorance of his is not wholly culpable. The best and only thing for him to do is to make up his mind to pay up, to disgorge his ill-gotten goods, to make good the losses sustained by his neighbor through his fault. He may or may not have profited to any great extent by his criminal proceedings, but there is no doubt that his victim suffered injustice, and that precisely is the root of his obligation. The stolen goods may have perished in his hands, and he have nothing to show. The same must be said of the victim the moment his possessions disappeared, with this difference, however, that justice was not violated in one case, and in the other it was. The lawful owner may be dead, or unfindable among the living, but wherever he may be, he never intended that the thief should enjoy the fruit of his crime. The latter's title, vitiated in its source, cannot be improved by any circumstance of the owner's whereabouts. No one may thrive on one's own dishonesty. You say this is hard, and in so saying you lend testimony to the truth of the axiom that honesty is the best policy. There is no one but will agree with you, but such a statement, true though it be, helps matters very little. It is always hard to do right. Blame Adam and Eve for it, and think of something more practicable. But must I impoverish myself? Not to the extent of depriving yourself of the necessaries of life, but you must deprive yourself to the extent of settling your little account, even if you suffer something thereby. But how shall I be able to refund it all? You may never be able to refund it all, but you may start in immediately and do the best you can. Resolve to keep at it. Never revoke your purpose to cancel the debt. In case your lease of life expires before full justice is done, the Almighty may take into consideration your motives and opportunities. They do say that hell is paved with good intentions, but these intentions are of the sort that are satisfied with never coming to a state of realization. But I shall lose my position, be disgraced, prosecuted, imprisoned. This might happen if you were to write out a brief of your crime and send the same, signed and sworn to your employer. But this is superfluous. You might omit the details and signature, enclose the sum and trust luck for the rest. Or you might consult your spiritual adviser. He might have had some experience in this line of business. The essential is not that you be found out, but that you refund. It may happen that several are concerned in a theft. In this case, each and every participant, in the measure of his guilt, is bound to make restitution. Guilt is the object. Restitution is the shadow. The following is fatal. To order or advise the thing done, to influence efficaciously its doing, to assist in the deed or to profit knowingly thereby, to shield criminally the culprit, etc. This sort of cooperation adds to the guilt of sin the burden of restitution. Silence or inaction when plain duty would call for words and deeds to prevent crime incriminates as well as active participation and creates an obligation to repair. There is more. Conspiracy in committing an injustice adds an especial feature to the burden of restitution. If the parties to the crime had formed a preconcerted plan and worked together as a whole in its accomplishment, every individual that furnished efficient energy to the success of the undertaking is liable, in conscience, not for a share of the loss, but for the sum total. This is what is called solidarity. Solidarity in crime begets solidarity in reparation. It means that the injured party has a just claim for damages for all damages sustained against any one of the culprits, each one of whom, in the event of his making good the whole loss, has recourse against the others for their share of the obligation. It may happen, and does, that one or several abscond, and thus shirk their part of the obligation. The burden of restitution may thus be unevenly distributed, but this is one of the risks that conspirators in sin must take. The injured party must be protected first, and in preference to all others. No Catholic can validly receive the sacrament of penance who refuses to assume the responsibility of restitution for injustices committed, and who does not at least promise sincerely to acquit himself at the first favorable opportunity and to the extent of his capacity. This means that only on these conditions can the sin be forgiven by God. That man is not disposed sufficiently to receive absolution who continually neglects opportunities to keep his promise, who refuses to pay any, because he cannot pay at all, who decides to leave the burden of restitution to his heirs, even with the wherewith to do so, It is better not to go to confession at all than to go with these dispositions. It is better to wait until you can make up your mind. End of chapter 96. Chapter 97 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 97. Getting rid of ill-gotten goods. It may happen that a person discovers among his legitimately acquired possessions something that does not in reality belong to him. He may have come by it through purchase, donation, etc. He kept it in good faith, thinking that he had a clear title to it. He now finds that there was an error somewhere and that it is the property of someone else. Of course, he is not the lawful owner, and does not become such by virtue of his good faith, although in certain given circumstances, if the good faith or ignorance of error last long enough, a title may be acquired by prescription, and the possessor become the lawful owner. But we are not considering the question of prescription. It is evident, then, that our friend must dispossess himself in favor of the real owner, as soon as the latter comes upon the scene and proves his claim. But the possessor may in all innocence have alienated the goods, destroyed or consumed them, or they may have perished through accident or fatality. In the latter case, nothing remains to refund, no one is to blame, and the owner must bear the loss. Even in the former case, if the holder can say in conscience that he in no wise became richer by the possession and use of the goods in question, he is not bound to make restitution. If, however, there be considerable profits, they rightly belong to the owner, and the possessor must refund the same. But the question arises as to how the holder is to be compensated for the expenditure made in the beginning and in good faith when he purchased the goods, which he is now obliged to hand over to another. Impartial justice demands that when the rightful owner claims his goods, the holder relinquish them, and he may take what he gets, even if it be nothing. He might claim a compensation if he purchased what he knew to be another's property, acting in the interests of that other and with the intention of returning the same to its owner. Otherwise his claim is against the one from whom he obtained the article, and not against him to whom he is obliged to turn it over. He may, if he be shrewd enough, anticipate the serving of the owner's claim, and secure himself against a possible loss by selling back for a consideration the goods in question to the one from whom he bought them, but this cannot be done after the claim is presented. Besides, this proceeding must not render it impossible for the owner to recover his property, and he must be notified as to the whereabouts of said property. This maneuver works injustice unto no one. The owner stands in the same relation to his property as formerly. The subsequent holder assumes an obligation that was always his to refund the goods or their value with recourse against the antecedent seller. The moment a person shirks the responsibility of refunding the possessions by him legitimately acquired, but belonging rightfully to another, that person becomes a possessor in bad faith and stands towards the rightful owner in the position of a thief. Not in 1,000 years will he be able to prescribe a just title to the goods. The burden of restitution will forever remain on him. If the goods perish, no matter how, he must make good the loss to the owner. He must also disperse the sum total of profits gathered from the illegal use of said goods. If values fluctuate during the interval of criminal possession, he must compute the amount of his debt according to the values that prevailed at the time the lawful owner would have dispossessed of his goods, had he retained possession. Finally, there may be a doubt as to whether the object I possess is rightfully mine or not. I must do my best to solve that doubt and clear the title to ownership. If I fail, I may consider the object mine and may use it as such. If the owner turns up after the prescribed time, so much the worse for the owner. An uncertainty may exist, not as to my proprietorship, but as to whom the thing does belong. If my possession began in good faith and I am unable to determine the ownership, I may consider myself the owner until further developments shed more light on the matter. It is difficult when the object was originally acquired in bad faith. In such a case, first, the ill-gotten goods can never be mine. Then there is no sanction in reason, conscience, or law for the conduct of those who run immediately to the first charitable institution and leave there their conscience money, or who have masses said for the repose of the souls of those who have been defrauded, before they are dead at all, perhaps. My first care must be to locate the victim, or, if he be certainly deceased or evidently beyond reach, the heirs of the victim of my fraud. When all means fail, and I am unable to find either the owner or his heirs, then, and not till then, may I dispossess of the goods in question. I must assume in such a contingency as this, that the will of the owner would be to expend the sum on the most worthy cause, and that is charity. The only choice, then, that remains with me is what hospital, asylum, or other enterprise of charity is to profit by my sins, since I myself cannot be a gainer in the premises. It might be well to remark here that one is not obliged to make restitution for more than the damages call for. Earnestness is a good sign, but it should not blind us or drive us to an excess of zeal detrimental to our own lawful interests. When there is a reasonable and insolvable doubt as to the amount of reparation to be made, it is just that such a doubt favour us. If we are not sure if it be a little more or a little less, the value we are to refund, we may benefit by the uncertainty and make the burden we assume as light as in all reason it can be made. And even if we should happen to err on the side of mercy to ourselves, without our fault, justice is satisfied, being fallible like all things human. End of chapter 97. Chapter 98 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 98. What excuses from restitution? Those who do not obtain full justice from man in this world will obtain it in the next from God. If we do not meet our obligations this side of the tribunal of the just judge, he will see to it that our accounts are equitably balanced when the time for the final reckoning comes. This supposes naturally that non-fulfillment of obligations is due on our part to unwillingness, a positive refusal or its equivalent, willful neglect to undo the wrongs committed. For right reason and God's mercy must recognize the existence of a state of unfeigned and hopeless disability when it is impossible for the delinquent to furnish the wherewithal to repair the evils of which he has been guilty. When this condition is permanent and is beyond all remedy, all claims are extinguished against the culprit, and all losses incurred must be ascribed to an act of God, as the coroner says. For no man can be held to what is impossible. Chief among these moral as well as legal bankrupts is the good-for-nothing fellow who is sorry too late, who has nothing, has no hopes of ever having anything, and who therefore can give nothing. You cannot extract blood from a beet, nor shekels from an empty purse. Then a man may lose all his belongings in a catastrophe, and, after striving by labour and economy to pay off his debts, may see himself obliged to give up the task through sickness, misfortune, or other good causes. He has given all he has, he cannot give more. Even though liabilities were stacked up mountain high against him, he cannot be held morally responsible, and his creditors must attribute their losses to the misfortune of life, a rather unsubstantial consolation, but as good a one as the poor debtor has. There are other cases where the obligations of restitution are not annulled, but only cancelled for the time being, until such a time as circumstances permit their being met with grave disaster to the debtor. The latter may be in such a position that extreme or great want would stare him in the face if he parted with what he possesses to make restitution. The difficulty here is out of all proportion with the injustice committed, for, after all, one must live, and charity begins at home. Our first duty is toward ourselves. The creditors of this man have no just claim against him until he improves his circumstances. In the meantime, the burden of responsibility is lifted from his shoulders. The same must be said when the paying off of a debt at any particular time, being it long or short, would cripple a man's finances, wipe out his earnings to such an extent as to make him fall considerably below his present position in life. We might take a case during the late coal famine of a man who, in order to fill his contracts of coal at $6 a ton, would be obliged to buy it at $15 and $20 a ton, and thereby sacrifice his fortune. The thing could not be expected. It is preposterous. His obligee must wait and hope for better times. A man's family is part of himself. Therefore, the payment of a just debt may be deferred in order to shield from want parents, wife, children, brothers or sisters. Life, limb, and reputation are greater possessions than riches. Consequently, rather than jeopardize these, one may for the time put aside his obligations to make restitution. All this supposes, of course, that during the interval of delay the creditor does not suffer inconveniences greater than, or as great as, those the debtor seeks to avoid. The latter's right to defer payment ceases to exist the moment it comes into conflict with an equal right of the former to said payment. It is against reason to expect that, after suffering a first injustice, the victim should suffer a second in order to spare the guilty party a lesser or unequal injury. Preference, therefore, must be given to the creditor over the debtor when the necessity for sacrifice is equal, and leniency must be refused when it becomes cruelty to the former. Outside these circumstances, which are rare indeed, it will be seen at once that the creditor may act an unjust part in pressing claims that accidentally and temporarily become invalid. He has a right to his own, but he is not justified in vindicating that right if in doing so he inflicts more damages than equity calls for. The culprit has a right not to suffer more than he deserves, and it is mock justice that does not respect that right. If the creditor does suffer some loss by the delay, this might be a circumstance to remember at the final settlement, but for the present there is an impediment to the working of justice, placed by the fatal order of things, and it is beyond power to remove it. End of chapter 98. Chapter 99 of Explanation of Catholic Morals. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton. Chapter 99, Debts. Before closing our remarks, necessarily brief and incomplete on this subject, so vast and comprehensive, we desire in a few words to pay our respects to that particular form of injustice, more common perhaps than all others combined, which is known as criminal debt. Likewise to its agent, the most brazen impostor and unconscionable fraud that afflicts society, the man who owes and will not pay. More people suffer from bad debts than from stealing and destruction of property. It is easier to contract a debt or to borrow a trifle than to steal it outright. It is safer, too. Imprudence is one of the chief characteristics of this genus of iniquity. I would sooner owe you this than cheat you out of it. This, in word or deed, is the highly spiritual consolation they offer those whom they fleece and then laugh at it. The willful debtor is, first of all, a thief and a robber, because he retains unjustly the lawful possessions of another. There is no difference between taking and keeping what belongs to the neighbor. The loss is the same to a man whether he is robbed of a certain amount or sells goods for which he gets nothing in return. The injustice is the same in both cases, the malice identical. He, therefore, who can pay his debts and will not, must be branded as a thief and an enemy to the rights of property. The debtor is guilty of a second crime, of dishonesty and fraud against his fellow man, by reason of his breaking a contract entered upon with a party in good faith, and binding in conscience until cancelled by fulfillment. When a man borrows or buys or runs an account on credit, he agrees to return a quid pro quo, an equivalent for value received. When he fails to do so, he violates his contract, breaks his pledge of honor, obtains goods under false pretense. Even if he is sincere at the time of the making of the contract, the crime is perpetrated the moment he becomes a guilty debtor by repudiating in one way or another his just debts. Now, to injure a person is wrong. To break faith with him at one and the same time is to incur guilt of a double die. There is likewise an element of contumely and outrage in such dishonest operations. The affront offered the victim is contemptible. Men have often been heard to say after being victimized by imposture of this sort, "I do not mind the loss so much, but I do object to being treated like a fool and a monkey." One's feelings suffer more than one's purse. Especially is this the case when the credit is given or a loan made as a favor or a service, intended or requested, only to be requited by the blackest kind of ingratitude. And let us not forget the extent of damage wrought unto worthy people in hard circumstances, who are shut out from the advantages of borrowing and buying on credit by the nefarious practices of dishonest borrowers and buyers. A burnt child keeps away from the fire. A man, after being defrauded palpably a few times, acquires the habit of refusing all credit, and he turns down many who deserve better, because of the persecution to which he is subjected by rogues and scoundrels. Every criminal debtor contributes to that state of affairs, and shares the responsibility of causing honest people to suffer want through inability to get credit. And who are the persons thus guilty of a manifold guilt? They are those who borrow and buy, knowing full well they will not pay, pile debt upon debt, knowing full well they cannot pay. Others, who do not repudiate openly their obligations, put off paying indefinitely for futile reasons. Hard times that last forever, ships coming in whose fate is yet unlearned, windfalls from rich relatives that are not yet born, etc. And from delay to delay they become not only less able but less willing to settle their accounts. Sometimes you meet a fellow anxious to square himself for the total amount. Half his assets is negotiable, the other half is gall. He threatens you with the alternative of half or none. He wants you to accept his impudence at the same figures at which he himself values it, and this schemer usually succeeds in his endeavor. Others there are who protest their determination to pay up, even to the last cent. Their dun bills are always kept in sight, lest they forget their obligations. They treasure these bills, as one treasures a thing of immense value, but they live beyond their means and income, purchase pleasure and luxury, refuse to curtail frivolous expenses and extravagant outlay. And in the meantime their debts remain in status quo, unredeemed and less redeemable. Their determination holds good, apparently, and the creditor breaks commandments, looking on and hoping. Some do violence to their thinking faculty by trying to find justification, somehow, for not paying their debts. The creditor is dead, they say, or he has plenty and can well afford to be generous. An attempt is often made at establishing a case of occult compensation, its only merit being its ingenuity, worthy of a better cause. All such lame excuses argue a deeper perversity of will, a malice well nigh incurable, but they do not satisfy justice, because they are not founded on truth. A debtor has a character of sacredness, like all moral obligations, more sacred than many other moral obligations, because this quality is taken directly from the eternal prototype of justice, which is God. You cannot willfully repudiate it, therefore, without repudiating God. You must respect it as you respect him. Your sins and your debts will follow you before the throne of God. God alone is concerned with your sins, but with your debt a third party is concerned. And if God may easily waive his claims against you as a sinner, a sterner necessity may influence his judgment of you as a debtor, through respect for the inviolable rights of that third party who does not forgive so readily.
End of chapter 99. End of Explanation of Catholic Morals by John H. Stapleton.